Hello, everyone, and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here, coming at you with another raw narrative. And it's so good to be here with you guys tonight. Thank you all so much for joining the stream. So, we have a part two tonight. So, it might be a little bit, if you didn't get a chance to watch last night, you might want to go back and check out last night, right? Just to kind of be up to speed on things. I did put out a video also where you can see all the documents, read them up really quick in about, I think it was like 8 minutes. So check that out. And Witchy Mama, thank you so much for putting in our disclaimers here. Let's get some green going. Um, I want to put together a video and I didn't get to finish it today. So I apologize for that. But I figured if we do have some questions, which I don't want to get too far down too many rabbit holes, so to speak, on this. There's a good grain for Sebastian's army. Okay, so I don't want to go too far into what we went into last night, to have like a repeat show or anything. But I figured then we can look through some of these documents and kind of revert back to some of what we're talking about. But I'll give you a little recap um, here as well. So there we go. I got that working. Um, so yeah, we went over the first 6 pages of the filing that Seth has filed against Sumner County Sheriff's Office as well as DCS in Tennessee. So we went over that yesterday, and those beginning documents have a lot of information in them that we were able to research and bring in a lot of details about who knew about Sebastian Rogers before his disappearance, right? There was a lot of gossip and a lot of speculation and rumors flying around that the Proudfeets knew the sheriff or that they're so well connected. And I think that we're finding that there is a lot of truth to these rumors, right? Hello, Gail. Good to see you, Gail. Oh, oh, of course. Oh, that's wonderful. Well, hey, really quick, guys, we have an update from Gail. I want to thank everyone for your prayers during the loss of my little granddaughter, which was identical twin. Continued prayers for her sister, which is still doing well, and she is big. She is 3 pounds and 14 ounces. Oh my goodness, that's so great. I'm so happy to hear that. Oh, thank you, Gail, for that update. Fantastic. Yeah, and that is so amazing. And again, my condolences. I know that has to be so very, very, very hard. And for a little twin too, like when they're very connected. So my apologies, but I appreciate that, Gail, and we're going to be praying for her to get much bigger than that, right? Ah, that's so awesome. And hello, Cinderella, and Bo is here. And also, let's see, we got Detroit. Hello, Detroit. Detroit is in the house. We also, thanks, Detroit. We also have Sandy. Sandy is here. Did anyone see the arrest and transport video of the 4 adults from the horror house? No, Sandy, I did not see that. That is really interesting. That poor mom of the kids. Oh my. Hey, Jen, how are you? So good to see you, Jen. And let's see who else is here. I'll do all our shout outs. Hey, Gabby Mist. Good to see you, Gabby Mist. And Lori. Hey, Crazy Bird. So good to see you. And let's see who else is here. Poppy Love is here. Good to see you, Poppy Love. And oh, good. Okay, got you guys all, I think. And if I didn't, just holler at me and say, Lady Freedom, I'm right here. Our friend Debbie says, what said that to me one time in another chat, and I was cracking up. Well, good, Jen. I'm glad you're here. I know. That's me. It's like, and then I'll go in your live and I'll think, I'm just going to sit in the bushes for a while and listen. And before I know, I'm chatting. So it's good to see you, Jen. And hey, country guy, good to see you. So I want to go over more of these documents, but some of this stuff in the middle is going to be a little bit about how Sumner County abandoned the investigation, right? So Sebastian Rogers was reported missing on February 26th, 2024, and his mother, Katie, reported him missing. They were the only two in the house, right? So when she goes to wake him up for school, he's not there. And I know everybody probably in here, of course, I know all of you in the chat that I've seen here know. But just, for a refresher, in case somebody may see this case and they never heard of it before, but because of the chatter with the lawsuit, they want to take a closer look at it. So I'm just going to kind of break that down a little bit too. But I don't know if I want to say there were mysterious circumstances surrounding Sebastian's disappearance, but I think that when we're looking at these documents, we're realizing that there was a series of events that led up to Sebastian going missing. And even going back to the Proudfoots moving into Victoria Place, right? So back in 2022 in the fall, they closed on that house in Victoria Place and they moved in. And that was the fall of 2022. And there was the CPS report, excuse me, that was generated after they moved in. And then there was another one generated in 2023, two more, right? And then one more right before Sebastian went missing in 2024. So that's our timeline of events leading up to this. In between of that, we are seeing that Sebastian had contact with and even court proceedings. Hey, Seth. Seth is Sebastian's father. Uh, we have the court proceedings that are tailored to CPS and given administered by like juvenile court and CPS, right? And with that, you will have a detective assigned, as Sebastian did, and then there's also going to be the prosecutor, who is the assistant district attorney, Jenny Smith or Jennifer Smith. And she was a long time, even had tenure at the time of this, right? So she was very heavily involved in the juvenile courts. I want to play you guys this, and I did play this last night, but I just want to get you guys familiar with who I'm talking about, and that's just to make sure that everybody is kind of on the same page with us tonight. Bear with me on that. I'm going to drag this in um, and for us to look at. And excuse me, I'm sorry, guys. I'm still not 100%, but I'm getting there. I'm getting there. Um, all right, here we go. Hey, I wanted you to pause for a second. There we go. All right, okay. I want to make sure you guys can see that. And the volume is up.
Sumner County is growing fast, but with that growth comes unwanted problems, including juvenile crime. I spoke with the Sumner County Assistant DA, who says child porn, extortion, car thefts are all a concern for law enforcement as we continue our special reports on juvenile crime.
It all keeps me up at night to know that it's getting worse in Sumner County. It's getting more violent in Sumner County, and it's a lot of it's juveniles.
Assistant District Attorney General Jenny Smith says the juvenile crimes have gone up so much that they had to split the docket into a morning and an afternoon docket. And a lot of that crime, stolen cars, drugs, evading arrest, burglaries, spills over from Davidson County.
You know, and I'm not really sure. I'm not sure why they come up here.
Okay, guys. So this is Jenny Smith, and she was very hard on the juveniles, and we see that in this video. They interviewed her about it, and then in some of the Google searches or AI searches that I did, it's showing that she was spearheading a lot of programs, uh, and she had her hands and worked hand in hand with DCS. So I just wanted to add that in here just so you guys know who we're talking about here.
Because it's sort of a
She also worked under Ray Whitley.
well-known thing that you don't come up to Sumner County and commit crimes because we are pretty tough on criminals that do come up here.
And it's not just street crimes. In Sumner County, Smith also prosecutes her fair share of crimes in the same home, including child-on-child rape.
It's typically children that are under the same roof. The teen perpetrator has some sort of access to that minor child.
Okay, and I also want to point out here that she is on the news speaking in an expert capacity about this very topic, this very sensitive topic. And it may not have been someone in the household at that time, but what I'm trying to say is she does understand that type of trauma where there's a child on child crime and the pain and suffering and anguish and sometimes maybe behavioral problems, a bunch of different issues arise from that. So I just want to kind of point that out, that we're not dealing with someone who's brand new or that doesn't understand uh, these types of sensitive situations. In other words, we're not dealing with Brandon Carter, a rookie detective.
So we do see a lot more of that than what people would think.
Child sexual abuse cases are some of the most common Smith sees. If she could give any advice to parents, get rid of your child's cell phone.
The amount of trouble a teenager can get into with a cell phone, it's pretty bad. It could seem innocent at first, girlfriend sending something to a boyfriend, but then boyfriend airdrops it to a bunch of friends or posts it online, and that's all child pornography.
And
Okay, and she also understands the different dynamics, and she's advocating against these different things that kids can get into as well. Hey, Valley Gal, good to see you. Hey, YouTubers here, good to see you. Sick of all these juveniles being blamed for the lack of adult actions and responsibilities. I'm right there with you, Valley Gal. I mean, look, at the end of the day, we have to put restrictions on some of these devices. We can't just pretend like they're not there. So taking a phone completely and never letting the children have access to it, especially as they're getting older. And if we're using this analogy in Sebastian's case, he's 15, right? He's getting older. There's a lot of safeguards, a lot of ways, but um, it is a lack of adult intervention as well. Like the kids can't raise themselves. They don't know right from wrong, right? You have to teach them those things. So and also with this technology, it's so much more difficult, right? Because they can just log on and there's things they can get into that are not only dangerous, but it's stuff that we didn't have access to even ourselves. Like even our younger people, like 43, like I am 43, I didn't have that kind of technology to do such a thing. So why would you ever think of that as a parent, right? So they're real risks, but the solutions are weak. There's holes in them, right? And it just doesn't make any sense. So you do have Jenny on your map. Jen says, I think I have all the Sumner County DAs like Jenny on Sebastian's map. Gonna pull it up. Yeah, let me know if you have them on there, girl, because you know I think she needs to be on there because she knew of Sebastian's case because they have that CPIT team and they meet about these cases and what to do about the families and how the progress is or isn't going. That's how she would be closely working with Brandon Carter. That's how she would be working closely with Sheriff Craddock and know him very well. And both times AI has cited the three of them working together in Sebastian Rogers' case. So many of us might be asking ourselves right now, why would they knowingly knowing Sebastian's situation before he went missing, still allow for Chris and Katie to be walking around like nothing ever happened. But yet there was proceedings, court proceedings that people were involved in, meaning it Chris and Katie have had to have been involved in these court proceedings because it was due to abuse on Sebastian, right? So we're going to get into a lot of that as well because I'm sure there's a lot of questions. And as we process through this information, we're going to think of new things to come up with. Brenda Calvert, it's very good to see you. Brenda says, make sure kids can't call for help or be tracked either. Cell phones need to be monitored just like children need to be. That's right. And, I mean, they need to be able to navigate the world with things that are good and bad, right? You can use a phone for good and you can use a phone for bad. You can use the internet or anything out there for a good purpose or a bad purpose. And so you need to teach the kids that, right? And let them understand that their actions have consequences and they're going to have to face the consequences, you know? So, and the fact of the matter is she has this take the phone and never give them a phone thing like Mr. Proudfoot over there, which kind of worries me a bit. So, who's ignoring who in the chat, Seth? Hello, Ann Reynolds. Good to see you, Miss Ann. Hello, my PTSDs. Good to see you. Um, you can type and listen at the same time. Oh my goodness. Hello, Sammy. Good to see you. Hey, Sammy G says, pretty sure my kid is raising me. She frequently uses her tablet to turn off YouTube and on my TV. I guess she does not approve of that, right? She doesn't approve. Well, I mean, the kids are teaching us because again, like these things did not exist for us, right? Or like somebody sent their what to who and how. And then there's these apps out there that just erase stuff. So I mean, sometimes you don't even know what the hell is going on. That is and that's not going to save you from getting in trouble. I'm here to tell you. You know, just because you don't know that there's CSAM being spread phone to phone, as she was mentioning with these kids back and forth, doesn't mean that you're not going to be in trouble for it, right? So, Jen, don't ignore Seth. Oh, behave. um, and PTSD if your child's cell phone goes to another parent or a family member um, at home that tends to not like you, I check when they come back as they may have blocked you and the kid might not know. Well, and see, those are the things that we have to always be vigilant about, maybe even hyper vigilant about it, because like there's predators that are taking these kids off the phones, and it's an important thing too to just monitor the kids. So Seth, Seth's waiting for on Lady Freedom to call him out. Jen. Oh, that's funny. He liked it when I didn't have too good of a voice. Now it's getting better. It's getting better now. So, um, but I think that there's ways to safeguard some of this stuff. I just think that sometimes the parents are, um, especially if you have more. I will say this, especially if you have more than one kid to monitor. That's got to at different ages. Oh Lord, have mercy. So I mean, we got to give them the grace and stuff, and I get that. But when these kids are on the phones, it can be super dangerous. But I think maybe limiting to access to apps and things, but they're going to get on those things. They're smarter and better with technology than most of us, let's face it. So, um, I think, hello, Nana. Good to see you. Um, Seth's ignoring me now, Bo says. Seth, quit frazzling everybody in the chat. How about how about that? I'm sorry, Lori, about the commercials. I do put them up there quite frequently because YouTube only pays us like little pennies on each of them. So, um, Valley Gal, that's a good point. Bottom line is just talk to your kids. And you can't beat them. You can't beat them. You know what I mean? I mean, physically beat them. Like, you can't smack your kids around because they're not listening to you, even though you want to, but you can't, right? And I think talking to them is really important. I think talking to them from a young age, because look, they're using those technologies at school all the time, all the time. But this lady is very well versed in all of this. And I just don't know. Oh, yay, Lori. Yay. Um, this platform or this streaming platform gives me an option to run the ads a little bit heavy. So yeah, me too, Brenda. Me too. Hey, look, I'll tell you these filings are not anything that are fun to deal with. And especially when we look back at the connections and who had knowledge, right? It's got to be maddening. Maddening. Okay. So there's just a little bit more of
And
this.
everyone that has that image on their phone could get hit with a felony. She also sees teenage boys send naked photos to people online they do not know, which can fast turn into a sextortion case.
Turns out it's not an attractive female at all. And it's somebody who now says, okay, you sent me this. Now you pay me $1,000 or I'm going to send this to everybody you know. And then they're stuck in a sextortion.
And that happens in Sumner County.
A lot. A lot more than what people realize.
Mark Kelly, News 2. Lawmakers are taking steps to cut down on juvenile crime in Tennessee. Find out what exactly they're doing to keep young people from committing crimes. That's coming up on News 2 at 5.
Okay, guys, and then we see what appears to me that it looks like Bledsoe Youth Academy, right? It's got the barbed wire fences and everything like that. And if you want to hear how we kind of deep dived into some of that last night, definitely check out last night's live, because we did talk a lot about that and how basically with what we've uncovered here, and even Seth telling us about the kids that ran away out of Virginia, from the therapeutic boarding schools and all of those types of places. It's really, excuse me, I'm so sorry. It is really becoming clear that there's a major issue, and that CPS just really seems to be dropping the ball in many different areas. We already know about the 14 complaints that are being actively investigated in the state of Tennessee through CPS, right? Or DCS, excuse me. Because there are other families, 14 other families that are alleging that there's been mistreatment from DCS involvement, treating children with disabilities like they are behavioral problems. And again, that stems back to Sebastian Rogers' case, because during this time when these CPS cases were being reported, and we went over all of that to the process last night, they were being reported, and then there was a follow-up, and they would send an officer, the CPIT team would go there, right? It wasn't just one lone social worker, right? There's a team that oversees all of this. And so during that time, they were thinking about putting Sebastian in Bledsoe Youth Academy. So I can't help but think that they would look at a child like Sebastian who has multiple disabilities, right? We went over ADHD. We went over his chromosome deletion, right? Also, which is listed in the paperwork. And then we also went over that he has been diagnosed with autism spectrum disorder. So with that being said, I think it's really important that we recognize that maybe Sebastian could have fallen through the cracks of some of that as well. And that's why they weren't looking for schools with for children with autism or disabilities, they were looking at schools for him for behavioral disorders and things like that, which, to the best of my knowledge, the ADHD would have been the one that may be a behavioral disorder, right? I mean, that is one behavioral disorder. Um, but uh, sorry, let me just plug my computer in because it's yelling at me that's going to die if I don't. Um, so yeah, it's just coming full circle, and we're getting a better understanding of the blatant disregard and, um, in my opinion, negligence and indifference that we see, and maybe even why Sebastian hasn't been found, or why we don't feel like they did anything to find him past the first 7 day search. But when they scaled back to the investigative side, in my opinion, they did not. They did not look. And what Crazy Bird had a good question, Jen said. Seth, do you think that your lawyer will, excuse me, Seth, do you think that your lawyer and you will start getting harassed or death threats for filing the lawsuits? That, in my opinion, is a good, it is a good question. Um, I don't know about my attorney and if he does, what actions he will take, but I personally don't care. FAFO. Well, you know, I think that's a good question, and I think that that's a risk that you're taking, Seth. You know, like you're saying here, it's part of initiating such a filing. Um, so, oh yeah, yes, I did hear about that too, Sammy. So Sammy says my phone died at the end yesterday, and I have a vague memory of Bowerchin being a patron of a foster care place and soliciting a stroller from them. Anyone remember that? Someone did a whole show about it. Yes. So I want to say Kiki did a show, or I've talked to her about this because there is a post um, of Cruella Bowerchin, and she is absolutely asking about a stroller, and it would have been around the time that Faith was a baby, if I'm not mistaken. Um, but I do remember that post, and it is odd that that person only helps out foster families with such items as strollers and what have you. So, hello, Tam. Good to see you. So, his attorney probably hoping. Well, I mean, it would just speak to the area and what has been going on in the whole case as it is and as it's been. Hello, Blue Love. Good to see you. So, Seth, I didn't figure you would care. I worried because it seems like when we thought something big was going to happen, people got threatened. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, they are. They are, Seth. The cracks in Sumner County are as wide as the Grand Canyon. Yeah, but it's weird that they would have a whole entire team together, and they all would know about such awful things happening, and yet they would do nothing to try and help or rectify or any of that. It's really odd. Hello, show poodles. Good to see you. I hope my attorney doesn't get threatened, but if he doesn't live in Sumner County, yeah, and that's a good thing. I love that. I think that's the best thing ever because takes out anything like that. So, oh, thank you very much, Witchy, for that. Ooh, also, Witchy, I needed to work with you on that, but we'll work because I got the person to drop a comment. So if Trishy comes in, we didn't get to do it yet, but I think people are starting to reel back on their options. He should be okay. Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. I think it's going to be so easy, Jen. Deliberate indifference. I think it's going to be easy to prove that. I think that we have definitely made some major connections just with that little bit of that paragraph and who all was involved and how everything would have happened and had to have happened in order for, Sebastian to have been in such a position as Title IV. Um, it's very eye opening. um it's validating in the wrong types of way, right? Like I would much rather have had to eat my piece of humble pie, as Chris would did say that we would have to eat, because I would like to be wrong about a lot of this stuff, and the fact that it's looking like a lot of things are true. I think it's just unfortunate that it's in a conspiracy minded way, because who would have ever thought that the assistant district attorney, the CPIT team, detectives, Sumner County Sheriff's Office members, police officers, right, what have you, would have had DCS workers would have had direct contact with Sebastian Rogers, and then he vanishes, and that's not even looked into or talked about or anything. Um, it makes me 100% realize that Detective Brandon Carter was given this position because of his knowledge of Sebastian Rogers, um, in the past, in the history, and that is super concerning. Hi, Paige. Good to see you. So she does look like KP. She looks like she could be KP's cousin. Exactly. I think that's true anyway, in my opinion. So yeah, I know. I know. And that's the thing, Seth. The threats are like something that have been a part of this in the beginning, even with the United Cajun Navy. They won't even come back to the area to search without security clearance. So I've already been threatened by my son's labeled abuser. What should I expect? Seth. It's it's an unfortunate thing, and we all heard it. Um, it's well, he's got a real potty mouth, and I got to work on that myself. But what he said and the threats that he's waged so many times. Hello, Kiki. Good to see you, Kiki. We were just talking about you. All good things, of course, but we were just talking about you. Um, Thank you for that little sunshine. That is so cute. Thank you, Kiki, for the jewels. I wish I could put them up. So, who's talking about canine jewels? They better not be talking anything bad. Hello, Michael. Good to see you. Thank you for being here. Valley Gal says, I do not understand the awful things worked uh, in similar Sumner County high school. In my opinion, Sebastian was a happy, easy kid compared to, well, I mean, look, when I saw Sebastian at the Texas Roadhouse, especially even watching especially like the newest one that At Night had dropped, um, with the whole like 30 minutes, right, where we were able to watch and observe him. Very well behaved kid. Didn't have any trouble getting up and using the bathroom. Katie, on the other hand, was rude to the staff and rude to Sebastian, and taking pictures and being weird, So, if so, she's good. We talked to her today. Oh, okay, good. I always see you, but don't want to bother you. All my prayers for myself and my neighbor every morning at 8 a.m. She's a little old Cajun lady. Aw, that's so sweet, show poodles. And the prayers is what we can do. You know what I mean? Hello, Marion. Good to see you. Um, all right, guys. Well, I'm gonna start getting to reading some of this. I'm gonna put it up. Uh, Brenda says, "Whoop." Oh, sorry, Crazy Bird. Let me put this one. Brenda says the DA, or the former, was on a news clip saying he went to the house in the first days, but I have been looking for that clip for a long time and can't find it. Um, Talking about DA Whitley. Okay, so I I bet you're right about that because I think I do remember that. Um, and if there's a piece that you guys want me to refer back to, let me know. But like as we go, I'm just gonna start out. Um, but I have it like right here in this drive I'm sharing. Oh, here it is. So we're gonna start out with Sumner County Sheriff's Office abandonment of the investigation. So after approximately 1 week, actually, you know what? I might just go ahead. I know I didn't want to like reiterate again and again because I don't want you guys to get, um, you know, burnt out with that. Okay, but I do want to read this part. So, factual allegations. Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers' history of abuse and vulnerability were known to law enforcement. Okay, I just want everybody to know that. We know that Sebastian, we went over that part, excuse me, that he has his disabilities. Also wanted to read that he had an individualized education plan, which is an IEP, and a Section 504 plan requiring that his school provide him with accommodations because he was a student with disabilities and he was in a behavioral program at his school, received therapy 3 times per week through Mental Health Cooperative, was on Caserta, saw a neurologist at Vanderbilt, and was scheduled to begin ABA therapy at the time of his disappearance. His therapist reported that he had issues because of the essay in California, right? And there was trouble with him having accidents. Poor Sebastian. I also want to point out that Sebastian, before he disappeared, Sumner County Sheriff's Office had direct knowledge of and involvement in Sebastian's situation through its participation in the DCS Child Protective Investigative Team, CPIT, right? So I'm talking about when you guys probably like earlier, like, what the hell is a CPIT? This is CPIT. Uh, Included the Sumner County Sheriff's Office, the Juvenile Court, Ashley's Child Advocacy Center, and the Assistant District Attorney Jenny Smith, who we watched in the beginning of the video. Again, guys, you could always go back and we deep dived into Ashley's place, but it's basically where they do conduct forensic interviews on children who have been abused. And I showed the parent form and what they get and everything. Unfortunately, Seth Rogers never saw that parent form. He was never given that, and he was never in attendance at these meetings, which is very sad. On November 3rd, 20, excuse me, on November 3rd, 2022, and again in May of 2023, the Sumner County Sheriff's Office participated in CPIT proceedings regarding Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers' DCS cases, plural, right? The one, again, from November of 22 and then May of 23, and a detective was assigned to the case through CPIT. Okay. Through these proceedings, DCS records, law enforcement knew or should have knowledge of the following. And it just goes over the most horrible details of this filing. So I am going to skip over that because we have talked about that. Um, but again, I'm going to be making more videos about this subject. Um, so I just want to make sure I'm getting everything, but that's pretty much getting us caught up on that. Um, it also talks about the blackout period, and we're gonna uh, talk about that too a little bit more later. And it's basically saying that, Seth was seeking information. Um, Yeah, so Seth, I guess how it works over there is what they said on their website is they'll give you a form prior to the meeting, and it'll give you like it sets up expectations for the meeting, but the parents, you're right, the parents are not allowed to, or anyone is not allowed to be in the interview as it's being conducted. Now the parents will drive the kids there and wait, and they give an expectation on a time of like an hour or two at the most. Probably depending on how much trauma there is, and then also sometimes, there's got to be play therapy involved for the children to want to tell and things like that, which is just so very very sad. It breaks my heart. Um, but says Lady Freedom, I don't know if they even include the parents for those meetings, but if they do, then yes, I was not invited or even informed. And also, I probably should preface that not every parent will get a letter like that and the invite, right? Maybe sometimes those kids are taken straight away for something like that. Depends on the severity, I would imagine, and that's just purely speculative on my part. Um, but they're one, but yeah, no one's allowed to like come in the room because they don't want to intimidate the child. They were saying the whole goal is to only get one, that the child only have to tell their story once and not to like, the officers and then to this person and the hospital staff and then these people and that person. Um, they're kind of trying to alleviate some of that, which I just, again, in my mind, I get where they're coming from, but also sometimes the memories come up, and again, not to get too far into that, but it's just, um, I don't know, it's hard to capture a story like that when it's such a big trauma or traumatic event. um, yes, Ashley's place, Jen. Yeah, and we did, there's a whole website, we went over the website last night too. So um, Oh, okay. This is where I wanted to leave off with the tips. Okay, so abandonment of the investigation. So after approximately 1 week, the Sumner County Sheriff's Office scaled back its physical search for Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers and shifted to what is characterized as the investigative side. Only one detective, Detective Brandon Carter, was assigned to the case. The Sumner County Sheriff's Office held a singular press conference in or around April 3rd, 2024. No public updates were provided. No reward was offered. No additional resources were deployed. Law enforcement stopped searching for Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. Now, Seth Rogers attempted to stay in contact with Carter and to provide information from the public, including tips he received through his own outreach efforts. Carter failed to follow up on the tips Rogers provided. And we've heard a lot of that. Anytime I've ever provided a tip or anything like that, I've never gotten any type of a response back at all. But it's different when you're the father of the missing child. They have a duty to respond, you know? Thank you, Seth. Well, I know. And they all work together. So how did they miss it? And then they have these meetings that they go to and they convene about these issues with these specific families. So, I think that's where it's kind of sad too, is where you think about how these officials are working directly with the families. So you would be like, okay, the Jones family over here needs this, or this family over here needs this. And you would think it would be a little bit more intimate that way. Um, Not so archaic, but in that case, it's even scarier because that means that they knew everything about Sebastian Rogers and they stopped looking for him. And what the heck? It's so, it's mind boggling. Hello, Shadow. Good to see you. So it's completely mind boggling. Sometimes they have dogs there to help calm the child. Yes, they did. They do have a dog. I can't remember his name. I'm sorry, doggy. But yes, they do. He's a white lab, or just a pretty dog. Um, Dolls for the kids, yes. To point to, paper and crayons for kids to draw stuff. Yeah. They try to make it as comfortable as possible, which is just so sad. But it is. It's like, because some of the little kids, they don't know how to articulate that kind of stuff, and it comes out through play therapy, and things like that. So, um, yeah, it's sickening that you have to use the court system and legal means to try and get your son to be found. Yeah, instead of Ellie just doing their job. That's what's so difficult, right, Seth? It's like nobody would want to ever have to do this on top of everything else. You just want Sebastian to be found, and for them to abandon the investigation, it's just unbelievable, um, and unacceptable, you know. Um, and then they're not following up on tips, right? So, on such an important tip that upon information, now this is really important. I wanted to kind of go over this again as well, because in this, um, Seth knows that this was not pursued, this tip that came in from one of the nurses that cared for Sebastian at his doctor's office. Upon information and disbelief, this nurse reported that on Friday, February 23rd, 2024, Katie preemptively canceled Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers' doctor's appointment. It was scheduled for the following week, just a day or so after his disappearance. The nurse stated that this was uncommon and, in hindsight, concerning, as Sebastian was always present for his appointments, which was which were frequent appointments and ongoing appointments, right? Um, Big red flag, in my opinion. This nurse was like, wait a minute, something is not right here. She reported this tip. This tip was allegedly not followed up on. Brandon Carter let it fall by the wayside. I don't know why, you know? I do too, Seth. I do too. I feel sorry for the kids. I feel sorry for the parents that are dealing with this because, like I said, there's 14 other complaints that are very similar to this, and a lot of them have to do with, mistreating children with disabilities. So it's sad. Oh, Jen says I have Ashley's place on the map. Can't find all the ass DAs right now. I have them on the map. I know it though. That's funny. Get them all on that map, Jen. You get them because we got to keep track of all these people. I'm telling you, I'm unlocking new characters all the time for our audience here. Jen and I have a lot of the same people, and they're probably like, "Oh God, Lady Freedom, another person," and I'm like, "Yes, everyone, another person." Uh, New character unlocked. Jenny Smith. Her details are. No, I'm just kidding. But I mean, really, these are more people. And then I'm wondering who made contact with Sebastian. So I need to unlock a lot more characters here too, because I have more questions. And I'm sure you guys do too, it's a lot. It's a lot to deal with. And then here's this beautiful soul of a nurse that has done what we're always begging for people to do: see something, say something, do something, right? She didn't let it go. She says, I got to report this. So I'm glad she did, and there's knowledge of it, because this is a big deal, in my opinion. Why would Katie preemptively cancel a doctor's appointment. And the first thing as a mama, I'm thinking is did you make the other appointment though? Did you put that other appointment in for her? Or excuse me, in for him. I guess I'm saying her because I have a daughter. Why did you not put the other appointment in for Sebastian? That's worry. That's very worrying. And why did you cancel it to begin with? Approximately 18 months before the date of this complaint, Carter suggested meeting Rogers, and that's Brandon Carter saying he wanted to meet Seth, and agreed and proposed meeting. And Seth wanted the meeting to be the following weekend, right? He agreed to the meeting and said, "Sure. How about next week?" Carter never responded. No further communication from Sumner County Sheriff's Office has been received by Rogers. The TBI also told Rogers, Seth, that they would call back but never did. So there's two system failures, one by the detective, one is only detective, and then the TBI also deciding that they didn't want to call Seth back, which is unacceptable. This 18-month communication blackout, during which a disabled child remained missing and unaccounted for, uh, it itself evidence of deliberate indifference. Okay, and I believe that. I think that that is deliberate, and I watched Seth have that happen to him at the courthouse when he went there the first time to complain about that, and then when we went there for the gathering. And to say you just felt like snubbed by somebody, I mean, it's not that you think, oh my gosh, I'm so worried about what they think of me, but I was also just kind of felt yucky, right? Like when I say hi to someone and they just look at me like, you know, I'm just not used to that, I guess. And I found it to be appalling. And again, it really gave me the ick. I just got that yucky feeling, um, just yucky. And I can't imagine how Seth must feel, but that's how I felt. Uh, Sebastian Wade Drake Rogers' case was not allocated the resources or attention it deserved. Sebastian Wade Drake Rogers was assigned one detective. Law enforcement held a single press conference. They made no request for FBI involvement, deployed no advanced forensics. Worse yet, law enforcement refused to accept leads from the public, much less to follow up on them, and they completely abandoned all communication with Sebastian's father, Seth Rogers. Now, Tennessee ranks seventh nationally in missing persons cases with 991 active cases as of mid 2025 and 924 unsolved cases in the NamUs database as of January of 2025. The Sumner County Sheriff's Office failures are not isolated but reflect systematic deficiencies in how Tennessee law enforcement handles missing persons cases. Because yes, we're talking about as a whole in Tennessee. So, first cause of action, 42 USC 1983, uh, substantive, substantive, I can't say it, substantive due process. Wow, okay, we got it, I think. Fourth Amendment, deliberate indifference in state created danger. All right. Now, this is against all the defendants, and we're going to get into this. All right, let me check the chat really quick because once I'm in this other screen, I'm not paying attention. I want to make sure I don't get anything that I'm missing here. So, yeah, I felt like I had to take a shower. So you got to use bleach when you're leaving. Well, I mean, it's like you just feel like so icky, like, ew, don't put that on me that, you think I'm not beneath you. For one, I'm not beneath you. I'm just a person. If I said hello to you, can you not smile or nod or anything? You just like look straight, or some of them would give you a dirty look, or some of them would just act like you're not even there. And that is not what you would expect. Good night, Miss Anne. Not what you would expect at all. Oh my God. Valley Gale says CP, in my opinion, uh, Seth was not, or excuse me, Sebastian was not to be escorted by the person he saw with him. All in my opinion, but in my opinion, I heard that from him in a YouTube interview. Are you talking about where he was in the hallway at school and allegedly Bobby's son's girlfriend was escorting him to and from some classes? Or because I don't, I mean, I'm not saying that he didn't know Bobby's son's girlfriend, but I don't see why that would be. I mean, I just don't think anybody has involvement besides Chris or Katie. If I saw, oh boy, lurking in the neighborhood, but we didn't even see that young man lurking in the neighborhood, you know. Seth, oh my lord. Hello, Cinderella. I just read Ray Whitley's statements. How didn't they know about CPS reports? In my opinion, they had to know. They knew. They knew this is they knew part two. I promise you, they knew. They knew. They knew. They knew. Oh gosh, I'm gonna make a song. No, they knew, Kiki, and that's this is the kicker, right? They knew, and they did nothing. Ray Whitley's little assistant, Jenny Smith, over there was very well versed in Sebastian's case. Attended 2 hearings, which they are referring to as proceedings. Oh, they knew. They all worked together. Um, and Kiki, you could take any of that research from that. I made like an 8-minute video, like so it's quick, and you could even download it or whatever, or screenshot from it. It's all how they're connected. It's all how all of these people would have been in direct knowledge of Sebastian's case indicatively. Is that the word I'm looking for? Indubitably. Abso-freaking-lutely. You know what I'm saying? It's atrocious is what it is. It's a friggin' catastrophe of gargantuan proportions, because look, this could have been completely avoided. And sometimes that's the hardest pill to swallow, right? Is it that it's just it can be completely avoided, and yet look where we're at. And nobody knew this for 2.5 years. And Seth has had some knowledge of this, but he could have not have said anything because the DCS records are so highly um, sealed and confidential. They're super confidential. And so there's where the accountability stops, because they're not supposed to be talked about, and if they are, there's going to be hell to pay. Seth approached this the correct way, in my opinion. You know, we know what you did, Sumner County. Shadow, we know. Now we know. And now we know why they didn't care about looking for Sebastian. Because that was another huge deal that we were all wondering why. Why do they not care about Sebastian? Right? Why are they not looking? Why are they not doing anything? Why are they not holding press conferences? Why is no one talking about him? Why has no one been cleared? Because they're just going to leave it an open and ongoing investigation, and they want everybody to shut up about it, which I would too if I was so heavily involved, you know? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's all you want, Seth. I mean, that's all you want, and I know that, you know? Kiki says if you read his statement, it makes you go, hmm. And also, the news wouldn't it take RW to go against Betty. like the DA is what the news says. So she represented KP and CP, in my opinion. Yeah, I mean, they've all come out from the very beginning. Even Craddock was like, "Oh, I can't imagine what these parents are going through," and Ken Widener saying that he's going to go, have tea and crumpets with them. He didn't exactly say that, but that's the way I interpreted it. Like, oh, I'm going to go over there and talk to the parents now, like I do every morning. And, but where was Seth? Was Seth invited to that? Because I don't think so, because by, in the first, 3 days, things had been becoming pretty fragmented. And then we, of course, had that GoFundMe, and that Seth didn't want to do the pact. And, there was things that he was really side eyeing in the beginning and not understanding. I mean, I wouldn't be able to wrap my head around the fact that, my ex wife's mother in law is talking about jewelry and not finding my son, and nobody's doing anything urgently. Allegedly, a detective sitting at the table and not doing anything, you know? So, um, Valley Gale says, not accusing any kid. My point is very normal at Sumner County High School. Am I saying that right? SCHSs. I worked at the parents do not pick or choose what students in the program walk others to other classes. Yeah, I no, I mean I don't think that I don't think it's far fetched that she could have walked him to some classes at all. I don't think that, and this is just my opinion, because I could see where maybe if you had a hot headed guy, right, and it doesn't matter, or scratch that. Anybody could be possessive. A woman over a man over a woman, right? But if you have somebody that's possessive and they see you with talking to anybody, it doesn't matter, Um, they could very well fly off the handle and do something crazy. I just don't see that being part of what happened to Sebastian, unless I saw them lurking in the neighborhood, or unless I saw Sebastian even leave on his own. Then it would make me wonder about that situation. Um, they use thank you to Seth for that. They use the older students to help the younger students at beach. Yeah. And I think that that's nice. And, there could have been times where he did, there he was walking down the halls with Bobby's son's girlfriend. If she was a helper, um, I was an aide and a helper, so I would have walked people down the hall all the time. They just want to flip me the bird and run and hide. Yeah, they want to hit the posters that say "Help us find Sebastian." Where's Sebastian? They want to hit those posters. Yeah, I mean, I did call them cowards on national TV. Well, yellow belly cowards at that. Well, I mean, any parent would be frustrated with the status quo. Any parent that's not frustrated with the status quo makes me wonder, because you can't possibly think it's okay for 2.5 years your kid to be missing. You don't know where they are, in my opinion. Um, okay, guys, so I'm just going to get back to this filing. So this is going to be against all defendants. Plaintiffs incorporate by reference all preceding paragraphs as though set forth herein. All right. The 14th Amendment to the United States Constitution provides that no state shall, quote, deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of the law, end quote. In child welfare cases, the applicable standard for substantive due process liability under 42 USC 1983 is deliberate indifference. That is, whether the state actor knew of and disregarded a substantial risk of serious harm to the plaintiff. This is cited in Patel versus Kent, the school district 648 F3D965, and that's 2001. So 19th 2001. So again, I want to look into some more of these cases. There's another one that was mentioned earlier, but we're not going to get into it just yet, right? But these are some of the cases that are being cited that have already set case law and precedents. Under the state created danger doctrine, a state actor may be able, or excuse me, let me back up. Under the state created danger doctrine, a state actor may be held liable under 1983 when the state's affirmative actions create or increase the danger to an individual. And this was also cited in DeShaney versus Winnebago County Department of Social Services, and that's 1989 489 US 189201 FN9. Okay, so again, we have a couple of things that they're alleging here, and there's already been case precedents set. And again, um, since this is a federal filing, I don't even think that you all have to. I mean, you could cite federal in this. So okay, I just was thinking to myself out loud. I'm sorry. Um, okay, moving along. Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, a missing child with documented disabilities and a known history of abuse, had a liberty interest in his personal security protected by the 14th, Amendment. So, because of Sebastian's documented disabilities, he had a liberty interest in his personal security that is protected by the 14th Amendment. Seth Rogers has a protected liberty interest in the care, custody, and companionship of his son. This claim is brought on behalf of Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, though his father and next friend, Rogers. The state created danger doctrine requires that the state's own affirmative conduct created or increased the plaintiff's exposure to danger. And this is Kennedy versus Ridgefield City, 439F3D 1055, the Ninth Circuit Court, I think they mean 2006. Defendants' affirmative acts that created or increased the danger to Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers include A. Knowing Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers' history of SA that had been reported to and investigated by DCS. Okay? So, of course, going right back to how they are putting him in danger, right? Created danger. And that is because they knew about the SA, and so did DCS, excuse me. Also, knowing that this is letter B, knowing that Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers had a home life that DCS's own records show was marked by physical abuse, emotional degradation, and a stepfather whom neighbors reported, quote, hated the child and wanted the child to die, end quote. And letter C, failing to take any action. Okay? Now, we're going to hear that quote That is a quote from Chris Proudfoot. That is a quote that his neighbors quoted to DCS when they reported this and when DCS spoke with the neighbors. Okay. Anything that we see in parentheses or in quotations are being directly quoted right from the documents, from the reports. Hello, lover girl. Good to see you. Right. So I just want everybody to know that. Hey, Alicia Hot Wheels. So it makes me irate too. I was on fire last night because I was so angry, and then I also saw all of these connections and I was like, "Oh my god." It just really chapped my ass, and it's because everybody knew. And it's this last line right here, failing to take any action. How could they do it? And then they sat there and they gaslit the public. They told us that we were all bonkers. We're crazy. You are conspiracy minded. You guys need to stop gossiping. It's real easy to sit there, isn't it? Online, isn't it? Eric Craddock's direct quote of, "We don't know what we don't know." Excuse me, you knew everything and you did nothing. Absolutely infuriating, Alicia. I'm right there with you. Hey, Bama. Bama says this community should be ashamed of their such lack of support and coming together to search for Sebastian. Thank God I don't live there. They should be ashamed. There is a problem, 25 homes in a subdivision. Well, Bama, my thing is that when I look at a case like Gannon Stauk, right? And he's just as cute as he can be, just like Sebastian, a little bit younger, goes missing. His whole neighborhood lit up in blue. They all had blue light bulbs. They had they had blue ribbons around the trees. They give time to search. They were giving meal trains, right? Bringing pizza. Al Stauk's comrades from the military came to search and also brought food. Maybe they're the ones that brought the pizza. Now that I'm thinking about it, but the point is that they all came out to show their support. I will say that many of the locals were told not to search, and they were told to just search their own properties, right? And they were being told to search their properties twice a day. I remember, and they're like, look under all the tarps and look under, anywhere he could be hiding, under your trailers, do this, like that, like knowing. But here's the thing, knowing that Sebastian doesn't like to get dirty, he's not going to be under there. So my PTSD says, I believe when you want it silenced about essay of your child, it makes them feel shame and, yeah, guilt. Like it was their fault. I understand that too, my PTSD, and you should always believe them when they tell you that. It's so terrible. Bama says I'd end up next to BHB in the county clink. if that's hilarious, Alicia said, the county clink. If I lived up there and had to hear me because they had me locked up in the pokey. The pokey. Oh my goodness. I'll tell you what. Um it's like I'm I'm very grateful that I did not have this knowledge when I did the gathering, because my mouth would have probably gotten the better of me myself. So, um hey, Amanda Williams. Amanda Williams says the minute they couldn't prove he left the house, LE should have separated KK and CP for interviews and locked the house down for evidence. Boom, Amanda. And I do think they should have done that right off the bat. And this is why. Is because they already knew of the problems in the house with Sebastian. It's not like they're coming to this, new house or scene and they didn't know anybody there and they're like, oh boy, we're trying to help her find her son. He's missing. Um, No, they knew. They knew of Sebastian. They knew him very intimately. They know Sebastian better than we do. That's the whole thing. That's the problem here. Is they knew of everything and they didn't do anything. And so it wasn't like they just came there and had unconscious bias because they go to, I've talked about this. I've done the whole spiel. I've said, "Oh, well, what if they came to the house because, police, they're really used to seeing these horrific situations where there's bugs and feces and all of these things, and maybe they just saw that it was a military family, it was clean house, they had food in the table, or excuse me, food in the fridge, to put onto the table, and all of this stuff, right? No sign, open outward signs of like filth and neglect, right? But they knew everything, and they knew all that Sebastian was going through and all of the abuse he was enduring. So they knew all of it, and they did nothing. They knew of him. They knew. And if those people that arrived, I'm not saying the responding officers did, but it kind of makes sense when we think about why 911 was not called, because that's why they already had contacts. They already knew who to call, you know? And so, but I agree with you that the minute that they realized that there was nothing, but I think they could have leveraged everything. But here's the thing, they covered it up instead, in my opinion. It's awful. Just so awful. So Haley's whole town was lit up pink too, Brenda. Yes, exactly. You know, so hey, I'm a cupcake too. Who was threatened also? I'm sorry, honey, you got to be more specific because there's so many people that have been, threatened in this situation. I mean, search teams were threatened. I have proof of the United Cajun Navy saying they're never going back there unless they get security clearance. And I'm like, well, damn, I've been there several times, you know, and I've been very vocal. Now I've gotten threatened by Chris Proudfoot and all of that too, though. I mean, I understand that, but when I was in Sumner County, I was not targeted, is what I'm saying. But yeah, a lot of people were threatened. Seth searchers were threatened. The Uvalde Foundation pulled out. I think some of the other YouTubers also were threatened. Yeah, I think so too, Seth. And Seth is going as per policy. They should have taken or had all three parents show up for interviews, which should have been done separately as per policy. Yeah. Well, that way everybody can put their story out there and they can make sure everything is fact checked and what is yes, exactly, Seth. What was done in the dark is starting to see the dawn. Amen. And thank God for it. It all needs to come out for sure. Most definitely. Oh, thank you, Amanda Williams, for the floating jewel heart. That is so sweet. All right, so let's take a look here a little bit further now. So, defendants acting under color of state law were deliberately indifferent. That means the boys in blue, right? And the agencies. All of these people are sworn in to do a duty, guys. That's another thing that is very important to realize here as government servants. They're supposed to uphold that, and that's the hell of the situation, and the most disappointing thing, in my opinion. They were deliberately indifferent to Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers' disappearance. This deliberate indifference is evidenced by the failure to secure the scene, right? B, the failure to verify Proudfoot's alibi. C, the failure to investigate the non functioning surveillance cameras. D, the assignment of only one detective. E, the cessation of press conferences after March of 24, the failure to follow tips on follow excuse me the failure to follow up on tips. G, the 18-month communication blackout with Seth Rogers, Sebastian's father. And H, the failure to deploy resources commensurate with the known risk factors. Okay, so these are a lot to unpack, but everything we've kind of gone over the last 2.5 years and then some, right? Um, we've got them not securing the crime scene, which is the number one thing, in my opinion, that they did right off the bat, is they were allowing for people to be in the house. They were allowing for people to, use the restroom, walk around, do God only knows what. We really don't know because we were not there, but we do know that people were in the house. It was not secured. We also know that forensics were allegedly not used, right, or anything like that. So that's a big problem. Uh, and then Proudfoot's alibi, right? Chris Proudfoot and his lack of an alibi. We've all speculated and said, what's up with Chris? How come he doesn't have an alibi? How come Seth is the only one with an alibi for the night? Um, was Chris in Memphis? Did Chris come home? Was he driving during that 3-hour phone call with he and Katie? So much has been said. So many have speculated on these topics because we've all known the whole time that Chris has never confirmed anything, and neither has Katie. The only thing that they have confirmed is that they don't know what happened. That's not good enough, especially when you want us to believe that you have no idea what happened to Sebastian. All of the doors and windows were locked, and there was no camera footage of him leaving the neighborhood. But better yet, and more importantly, is that Katie Proudfoot works for Brink's Home Security, and there's a failure to investigate the non functioning surveillance cameras. Okay? That's definitely a big one. So it's very, very upsetting, in my opinion, that this was overlooked. Everybody else's cameras in the neighborhood were malfunctioning as well. Okay, so maybe I should back that up. Not everybody, but there were other people's cameras who were malfunctioning too, like the camera on the corner house, right? So we know that one was malfunctioning for days before. Was it days before and after? I want to say there was a span, and I don't want to misquote that. So um yeah, but I want to say it was a couple of days. But they were able to narrow the night down, and the way they were able to do that is because of well, one, the trash truck, because the trash truck comes at a certain time. They have that logged. They can go back and look at that. But there was also just series of events that were happening to the school buses, Katie leaving the house. All of that was kind of, we can kind of understand and go back through time. But still, it is a faulty bit of evidence, especially because the video is so grainy. It's so dark in the neighborhood. There's no, street lights. But then again, there was the light that illuminated from the car that was allegedly parked in the neighborhood, right? There was some light that kicked on the motion sensor lights. So there's that. But no cameras around the Proudfoot home. And, you would think that they would have cameras. around the Proudfoot home, which is very um, it's concerning, and it's been the topic of a lot of conversation surrounding Sebastian's disappearance because it just doesn't make sense. Again, it's just one other oddity, and it's also like, again, Katie did not have Chris at home with her or anything like that. Also, so you would think that they would have that set up and secured and ready to go. They didn't. There was also no lights on around the Proudfoot home. I just have to throw that in there. It's not in the paperwork, but I do want to throw that in there. And in a neighborhood that you know is extremely dark at night, why would you not protect your assets? But furthermore, why would you not protect your most important asset, which is your child? In my opinion. Okay. So, oh, thank you, Witchy Mama. I just got your message. Okay, so we got to do it. We'll have to do it on the comments. Okay, so also the press conferences have always been a big issue. The not following up on tips has been a huge issue. The lack of communication with Seth Rogers, Sebastian's father, has been an issue. But we didn't see that same lack of communication with Chris and Katie. And I want to go back to that because in the beginning of Sebastian Rogers' case, um, we absolutely were aware of that fact, right? That Chris and Katie were getting, well, you know what? I could probably find a quick clip. Let me see here. I know where it is. It shouldn't take me long. Let me just pull this in and we'll just take a gander at it and scroll on over to where it's at so I can show you guys. Because on day 5, Ken Widener talks about going over and talking to the parents. And I wanted to show you guys that as well. And we might even be able to get a couple of little tidbits out of Mr. Snuggle Struggle. Okay. First 7 days. No, I did. Oh, that's a green tea video. Let's see. Okay. Oh, here we go. There it is. Okay. Let me just pop this off the screen really quick, and of course we're going to go over it. And again, guys, with this paperwork, I really want to kind of deep dive into it as we go, but I will be posting some videos on it as well. I just didn't get it finished today. Here we go. And pop that over. All right. And if I go back here, let me go to my apologies. I'm just going to look here. There we go.
Tells us that a group of local investors invested a minimum of $3,000 toward any information that would help investigators in finding Sebastian Rogers. I now want to bring in EMA Director of Sumner County, Ken Widener. Ken, as we near this week-long search effort, where are you focusing starting today?
Well, we keep expanding. So we've expanded west and we're expanding north. We just keep expanding the search area and we're bringing different teams in. Yesterday we had a group from East Tennessee come in. They're mountainous experts and they do caves. And so we've had any cave that we've marked, we've had them in those caves. The city of Gallatin has done all the storm drains in the area with cameras. So we keep expanding and just throwing everything that we can at it to try to get him located.
In terms of the search, you said you've been expanding. About how much ground have you covered?
We're close to 5 miles now. Now, the further south you go towards Hendersonville, we get into the city, and we would expect he would be located or seen if he were in the city. And we've gone into the city, sort of in the fringe, in the more not as urban areas of Henderson, but we've been all the way to the lake on the streams that travel to the lake. We've been to the lake.
And you have over 300 searchers here.
Well,
yesterday.
We had 330 on the ground, and then we'll run the numbers later today on how many come in today, we run that as the day goes on.
43 years in law enforcement. What does this experience look like in terms of people coming together to help out in this one mission to find Sebastian Rogers?
Well, one thing about Tennessee and the Southeast is we're always going to have people that want to help, and we get calls from across the state for people that want to come in and help us, and the thing that we've got to do is be able to manage that. So we track everybody that's on the ground. The first 2 days we did 2,000 miles of people walking, and we haven't run those numbers for the entire duration of this operation. But it's great, and to be able to call in specialized groups that do the things that we can't do is really good. Oh yeah, just the drive to find him. We'll go talk to the parents in a little while, and every morning we sit and talk to them. We want to do everything for them and for Sebastian to get him located.
Thank you so much, Ken. If you do have any information, you're asked to reach out to the Sumner County Sheriff's Office or the TBI. Also, check those cameras, like they said, Sunday to Monday, Sunday afternoon to Monday.
Day 7 of the search for 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers. Emily, I'm told that close to 300.
Okay, guys, so I did want to put that in there. And then I also wanted to show you guys the scale back really quick again. So let me pull that in because I know. Oh, here we go.
Storm drains. Investigators say they've thrown everything they can at this. Sumner County's emergency management.
As we reach day 7.
Kinley, search efforts are starting to wrap up on this day 7 of the search. As you can see, the sun is starting to go down. That's when these searchers come in. They'll be back out around 7 a.m. this morning. And today we saw cave specialists out here as well as canines. Also, I want to show you to the side of me, you can see the National Guard members Kinley just mentioned. They've been going door to door, trying to raise awareness and ask anyone if they've seen anything. Also today, we're told that DOC guards joined search efforts. Now remember, you are asked to check every inch of your property day and night for any signs of Sebastian. You remember the Sumner County Sheriff's Office said leave no rock unturned, really focusing on areas like barns and tarps, just anywhere he could be. Also, we learned today that the reward for information in this case has been raised to $3,500. Again, that's from Nashville area business owners. Also, of course, today as we reach day 7, we're seeing lots of food donations working to keep these crews going as they're working tirelessly day and night. Here's more on some of those volunteers working to help out with these efforts.
Just need to make sure that they are able to sustain while they're out in conditions that aren't just walking down the road. They're out in the woods, they're out in the creeks, some have been in caves. So you just want to make sure that they're ready to go out there for that.
Year-old Sebastian Rogers last seen at his Hendersonville home on February 26. Investigators say there's been no sign of the boy ever since. Let's go.
First responders say they did not take this decision lightly, but they have literally exhausted every single resource they can think of to find Sebastian Rogers, and all of them have fallen short. Sumner County officials called a press conference earlier today to announce that they were scaling back, but they walked away before we could answer or ask any questions, rather. Sumner County's emergency management director says today they have crews looking within a 0.3 of a mile radius from Sebastian's home. They already have searched this area 4 times, thinking maybe he would return. Throughout these 8 days of looking for Sebastian, investigators have used drones, fixed-wing airplanes, helicopters, ATVs, canines. They've searched on foot and horseback. They've drained a pond east of Sebastian's home and have even looked extensively inside storm drains. Investigators say they've thrown everything they can at this search.
If there was a resource we thought we could utilize to help locate Sebastian, we've used it, and we will continue to do so based on the leads that come in. The Sheriff's Office continues to urge families to check your properties, to check your cameras. No detail is too small.
Now you can see behind me the command center.
Okay, and again, guys, I just kind of wanted to tell you or show you what the news was saying. Also, what was being told to the public, right? Checking your cameras twice a day. I mean, I remember going to Google, I'm sorry, not Google, but YouTube every day and typing in Sebastian just to figure out what was going on. And they kept on telling people that, right? That was like a big thing they kept telling people. Kiki says, have you got the clip, lady, where they say they last seen Sebastian along Long Hollow Pike? So are you talking about when he's under the car? No, that wouldn't have been along Long Hollow Pike. Sorry, I just I just thought out loud and answered my own question. what day was it? Because I have the first 7 days of most of the news clips that I can find to combine together. Um, so I got my finger on the gas tonight. My PTSD. I'm glad I simmered down a little bit. I'm still pretty amped up. Even though on dispatch they mention a small cave, and they say literally can get there and just collapse. I do remember that part. Oh, it's on the news clip. Okay. I'm gonna have to go back and listen. So, do you have? Okay, if you have it, yeah. So, my PTSD says I remember that too, Kiki. I mean, I do too. Now that you're saying it, I'm just trying to think of what day. But I remember. Well, and remember on the dispatch they were calling in all kinds of different um, people in that were helping search. So Gatorade flavored Mad Dog. I wish. That's funny. Put it on the rocks. Oh my gosh. Okay, here we go.
At the Shackle Island Volunteer Fire Department is pretty much cleared out, at least compared to days prior. They will still operate from this facility, but it won't be manned 24/7.
Mounted patrols are on standby today to help with the search for Sebastian Rogers. Now, there's been no sign of the teen since he disappeared more than a week ago. Then yesterday, the Sumner County Sheriff's Office significantly scaling back their search to focus on the investigative side. With one of the volunteer mounted patrols who says he's on call for the time he and his horse are ever needed again.
Yeah, so you're hoping that every day that you go out there, you're expecting to find something and you're thinking this is the day.
Every day since Tuesday last week, R&M stables have assisted in the search for missing 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers. But on Monday, authorities announced resources dedicated to search parties would be scaled back to allow for an investigation. The owner of R&M Stables, Ron Chalasta, tells me his service horse, Trooper, and ranch hand Brian Feltz are just waiting for the call from the Sumner County Sheriff's Office to get back out and help where they can.
There does come a point, and of course, you want to keep exhausting every possibility. We even covered some trail that we had previously covered.
Riding through creeks, rocky terrain, and people's backyards, being mounted on a horse gave Ron and his team an advantage that people on foot and in ATVs didn't have.
All right, guys, and this is just demonstrating the, massive search that was done. You got this guy. He seems like a real sweet guy, right? He's putting his horses out there. They're looking. Caitlin Quisenberry, again, she seems like such a sweetheart. Just look. They're putting resources out where people can't get to, right, which is the horses. I mean, they really looked all around the area. Valley Gale says, I would love to see the footage of where they talk about the family not wanting their name or home out there. So I heard that Chris Broadfoot was getting in people's faces over that. And they talked about that a little on Duchess for the Missing. And, at the time, I was kind of thinking to myself, well, I mean, if people were like all in my face, I might tell them to get out of my face too, right? But I mean, when in hindsight, it's like, oh, they didn't want anybody around because they didn't want anybody snooping around, right? No wonder everybody just wanted this to go away and not talk about it, So I think the reporter inferred that from the original flyer that she said he was last seen in the area. Oh, I see, Brenda. Well, and they kept saying the area of Stafford Court. Sebastian was last seen in the area of Stafford Court. So, very interesting. One more thing, and I hate to go back to day 4 on you guys because I know I started with day 5, but this is the press conference on press conference on day 4. I just want to make sure.
His home, but unfortunately, nothing. Aerial crews continue the work overnight, and we're told the ground crews are reporting here again at 7 a.m. this morning. That includes officials on foot, ATV, and horses. We've also seen many community groups come together to support these officials. Prayer vigils have been held the past 2 nights. The EMA director tells me that today they're asking for residents to check any bodies of water on their property. The Sumner County mayor says they recognize people want to do as much as they can, so here is his guidance moving forward today.
If you want to search in your neighborhood, want to search on your property, we really ask that you do it in teams of 2 as we do our aerial searches with the helicopters and the fixed wing planes and the drones. Whenever we see one individual, we see that as a potential lead, and we pour resources into that. So if you're going out in 2s, that helps us in that manner. But we do ask that really you stay out of the search process, and we leave that to the professionals right now.
He says they
Okay, sorry guys. I did do that to his voice, okay? It just cracks me up every time because he's so little. All right. So, yeah, and then here look, this is the mayor. This is the mayor of Sumner County, and he's telling everybody not to look, right? We're going to need you to stop searching 2s and this and that. I'm like, "Wait a minute, buddy. Hold your horses there, pal." Because what are you even speaking on the subject for?
that today they're asking for residents to check any bodies of water on their property. The Sumner County mayor says they recognize people want to do as much as they can. So here is his guidance moving forward today.
If you want to search in your neighborhood, want to search on your property, we really ask that you do it in teams of 2 as we.
Okay, he's like telling people how to search. He's like teams of 2, the Willy Wonka flashback. Brenda, I was so frustrated with that because that's what they were telling everybody, which I get it. You don't need a whole bunch of people out there getting hurt or, areas getting trampled over. There's a lot of reasons why they would say this, right? But then also it's just weird that he is out there discussing and talking to the news about this. You just don't expect that.
Do our aerial searches with the helicopters and the fixed wing planes and the drones. Whenever we see one individual, we see that as a potential lead, and we pour resources into that. So if you're going out in 2.
Well, and they were again doing that in the dispatch audio. They're like, "I think we saw him," and it's like, no, that's just one of the other boys that was helping in the neighborhood search for Sebastian. But they didn't have an accurate description of Sebastian. The Oompa Loompas, the mayor of Munchkinland, Alicia. But I mean, why is he so heavily involved? And he's going to be at the day 4 press conference, right? Like, this is sometime, I guess they interviewed him sometime day 4.
That helps us in that manner. But we do ask that really you stay out of the search process, and we leave that to the professionals right now.
He says they are working with Sebastian's family as well. We're told
still no trace.
All right. And they said they're working with Sebastian's family as well. Right. But then I don't believe that included Seth at that point, and maybe a little bit here and there. But I mean, they were like pretty much treating the crime scene as also a command center, and the command center is like literally right down the street, around the corner per se, from the Rogers home in Victoria Place.
Of the teen. Here's Kelsey Gibbs with what we've learned so far.
A community on edge, hoping and praying that Sebastian Rogers returns home safely. They say the teen has not been spotted on any surveillance cameras, and there have been no clues of his whereabouts. People just want Sebastian home, especially those in the autistic community.
Autistic kids go missing, and it's like as an autistic person, it's a punch to the gut, right?
It was another busy day searching for the teen. Law enforcement has drones, canines, helicopters, and even horses. But officials say right now, what they need is the public searching their property. There's been no sightings on home surveillance video of Sebastian so far. And the teen's scent, his smell, hasn't been picked up by any canines. Law enforcement say they just want to find the teen and bring him home. First responders have covered more than 2,000 miles in a span of 4 days looking for Sebastian Rogers. The autistic teen was last seen early Monday in the area of Stafford Court in Hendersonville. An Amber Alert was issued for Sebastian later that day to help with the search. Sumner County Chief Deputy Eric Craddock says they are operating under the assumption that Sebastian walked away from home.
Wrong answer. And that, folks, is exactly the horrible crap that, in my opinion, and he's very adamant about it as well, and he's very annoyed and defensive, in my opinion. Craddock is. You're going to see, but again, they kept saying that too, operating under the assumption that Sebastian walked off, operating under the assumption that Sebastian walked off, and they should never operate off of a singular assumption, or actually any assumption, because when you assume, you make an ass out of you and me, right? Who are all involved are asses.
Enforcement says no amount of information is too big or too small.
Like I said, we're operating under the assumption that Sebastian walked off. We have no evidence to disprove that.
Law enforcement telling us that the family is cooperating with authorities, and they again are under the assumption that Sebastian walked away from home.
Okay, there you have it, folks. So that's 2 times in a row, said it 2 different ways. Same thing, same story, same song and dance, right? They're cooperating with the parents. They're in contact with the parents, but they're operating under the assumption that Sebastian walked off. And that's because they don't have any evidence that he didn't just walk off, but they don't have any evidence that he did walk off. Again, this word salad, this crap with a horrible explanation attached to it. And Sebastian just walked off. And if you think he can do better, then I want to hear it. Let's listen. February 29th, 2024. There's the mayor of Munchkinland, right? AKA Sumner County. We got Chief Deputy Eric Craddock. He's chief deputy at this time. Sonny Weatherford did not show up or speak during this news conference. Just want to point that out. You also have Emergency Management Agency Ken Widener. He's the top dog there. And then you're going to see Susan Nyland, but she's not going to be in the good old boys Duck Dynasty Club. She's off to the side, and she is TBI, Public Relations Officer. Okay.
Expecting any moment right now, an update on the search for that missing teenager, Sebastian Rogers. Let's listen in live.
Here in a few moments, I'll go through some slides and show you what we've done over the past 4 days of searching. Really wanted to come to the community and ask for your help. We need you to search your properties every day, morning and night. If there's a shed or a crawl space or up under your mobile home or a tarp that's in your yard, check it every morning and check it every night. Look for any details that something has been disturbed. If there's a shirt that was there today that wasn't there yesterday, notify us. You can really help us by searching your own property twice a day. Like I said, we're operating under the assumption that Sebastian walked off, and we really need your help to ensure that he is brought home safely.
Okay, and when Chief talks about searching your homes, if you've got a farm, we're well aware that the tendency to follow creeks is great, and we've actually done some case studies, some history on calls and searches in the past where young men or young women have traveled to creeks. So we want you to look at creeks. We want you to look at ponds, and if you look at a pond, look for foot tracks around the pond.
All right. So Ken Weiner is saying on day 4 that he wants everyone to look into creeks and ponds and such. But we know, and again, I didn't get a chance to come on a day live like I wanted to, but in Seth's live that he just did, he talks about how Sebastian doesn't like to get dirty. But even more so, Chris and Katie in their first interview with Pollyanna Thompson, and I want to even say the one with Duchess, it was said, Sebastian doesn't like to get dirty. Chris said it, and then Katie said it, and Katie said it like dirty, and she made that face. He doesn't like to get dirty. It's times like these I need to cam up so you can see my face. But either way, I'm scrunching it up because that's what Katie did, right? And she shakes her head no, right? Negatively, no. Dirty, no. No for Sebastian, dirty. So we have Seth, his father, his mother, Katie, and even Stepfoot confirming that Sebastian doesn't like to get dirty. So why did they tell people to look in ponds and creeks? I mean, was it because they knew more than we know? You know, back then they knew more, that maybe they were assuming that someone put Sebastian into a pond or a creek because he doesn't like to get dirty. So the first thing I would think of is to check pools, right? If I'm thinking an autistic child that might not know the difference and is attracted to water, that they might be in an above ground pool even, or underground pool somewhere because they didn't know that it was too cold to swim and they were attracted to the water. But the fact that Sebastian doesn't like to get dirty, that would also eliminate that option as well for me, right? Because pools that are winterized and things are not clean, they're dirty. There's leaves and debris on the top, especially um, the above ground pools and things. So Seth, they're asleep. You paused just the right time, Lady Freedom. That's the best example of Sumner County as a whole. Just sleeping on the job, you know. Yeah, LE hiding the ball, not even dropping the ball, you know. That's so crazy. I'm a cupcake. And Brenda Calvert says the Cajun Navy saying there are those in law enforcement that don't want his body found is hitting me differently now, in my opinion. Brenda, that's spot on. Ooh, girl, you just gave me goosebumps. I mean, mm, it's a scary thought, right? It's a scary thought to know that. It's a very scary thought to know that. They had zero evidence Sebastian left the house, but these two useless bags of crap did read one case study. Bull crap. Well, and I know, Amanda, and this is the thing. Like when I was watching it, I was like, oh, good, Ken Widener. That is so smart. Look at him really trying to find Sebastian, right? Like, I'm so glad they're consulting other resources when they're not aware of what to do when an autistic child is missing. I also called them gullible. And I also said that they were just going off of what Katie told them, but that's not entirely true because they were very aware of Sebastian and who he was and his situation. There's case file notes, there's documentation of that, according to this lawsuit and according to the DCS documents. So they can't see past that ego either. Good point, Seth. Good point. Lady, I found the articles. Why in the world would they say so many different areas? Thank you, Kiki. Um, Thank you, Seth, for correcting me. Boy, not body found. Thank you. I don't think they touched the ball. Went straight to pouring the end game Gatorade by Craddock, right? The big thing. And okay, I agree with that too. Let me look at my text, and I'm going to play this out a little bit further. After Ken talks, I believe Craddock's going to talk again.
And then we'll go into, when Chief's ready, we're going to go into pictures, and we'll show you our operational periods and the maps that we use to track our searchers. Okay, so this is day one, and all of the rings.
Oh, I wanted to show you guys this too, because this is what Seth was talking about in his live as well about Sartopo maps, and that these were up at the command center. So these maps were being shown, and the search areas, you can see like, and it looks like, when we're in kindergarten and we're making our first art project, right? I mean, it's just like lines and stuff, but each line represents a search area or a search. And then there's also areas that are indicated on for, say, evidence or a hit here, or, that's how these maps work. There's a key that you can typically see and identify what these lines are representing, in other words.
You see are a fixed wing aircraft, TBI's fixed winged aircraft, and they use a FLIR, and they do a continual circle on a 2-mile ring. And the video quality and the pictures that they produce are amazing. And the lines that you see that are going all over the place, the green and the purple and the blues, those are helicopters, THP Metro. And then all of the lines in the middle, when you draw that in, those are our foot searchers. So in the first 2 days, we logged over 2,000 miles of personnel on foot doing searches in those search areas. If you want to go to the next page. So that's day 2, and you can see we're continuing to expand those search areas, and you'll see clues, you'll see markers. If a searcher finds something, they mark it. We send a detective or detectives to that scene or to that area. And if they find evidence, we haven't found any evidence. But if they find something that they think is substantial, CID investigates it. Go on to the next day. That's the next day TBI was back. That second day we had really bad weather with rain. And so these are the rings from TBI again. And they did some almost tri-oval type figures when we were looking at particular areas, and they were looking at streams at that time, and a lot of helicopter, and then more ground troops. And then we got one more day. And then today we're expanding west, and you can see those areas that personnel are searching. And so what we do is we get them in, and we've got an app that they utilize, and they create tracks, and you can see the tracks in those sections as they do the search. And we've got several other things going on. We're utilizing drones, K9, and UTVs, ATVs, horses, aircraft, and anything at our disposal to get Sebastian located.
Mm-hmm.
Like Director Widener said, what you didn't see on there was any drone track. The drones aren't tracked on Sartopo. What you didn't see on there were several assets that didn't have the app that day. So what you're seeing is what we know we have tracked. Like I said, we're operating under the assumption that Sebastian walked off. We have no evidence to disprove that. The family's been nothing but cooperative with law enforcement in our investigation. We are truly operating under the assumption that there's a child missing that needs our help. So if the public is...
I mean, and look at Mayor Isbell going, yup, 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 and he's just bopping his head up and down, yup, yup, yup. Let me show you guys that one more time. Watch here. And this is Susan Nyland. They barely show her. I also want you guys to look at Ken Widener's face, too. I'm going to have to zoom in on this and make a video.
We are truly operating under the assumption that there's a child missing that needs our help. So if the
Okay, he's reiterating this, and Craddock is the mouthpiece.
public is out there and you have a house close by or not close by, right? Check your property twice a day. If you find something, call us. If you have trail cams out on properties that you hunt, check them. If there's an image that you think could be Sebastian, call us. Anything, any tip that you have, call us. We want to bring Sebastian home.
And when the chief says, even if it's not right here, so I actually spoke to the incident commander of a search operation that happened west of here, and a 14-year-old went missing, was found 9 days later.
I mean, he looks like he looks like his heart is about to burst out of his chest. This is a man that does public speaking events for thousands of people at Northwestern University. Look at him breathing, you guys. Look at him.
Of a search operation that happened west of here, and a 14-year-old went missing, was found 9 days later, 6.2 miles from home. So we're looking at, we don't want to go out too far, too fast, but even if you live in Davidson County, if you live in Robertson County, if you live anywhere in Sumner County and adjoining counties that you think he could have made it to your property, search those creeks, streams, tributaries, ponds, barns, outbuildings, vacant homes, anything, any place that you think he could be.
One tip.
Vacant homes. It's funny that you bring up vacant homes. Did you ever, hey, K9 Captain Jules, have you ever searched the properties that Kathy Bowersox had listed at that time that have basements, right? Or outbuildings or barns or sheds, or were vacant at that time? Because if you didn't, then why didn't you? Especially if you're thinking about vacant houses. Mr. Widener,
If you're
that's to
searching
you.
your property, is to search it in pairs. If we have aerial assets up and they see someone walking alone through a field, we're going to deploy resources to make sure that is not Sebastian. Secondly, if you're out searching your field and something happens to you, someone needs to be able to call for help and tend to you while we're on the way to help you. So if you're searching, please search in pairs and be safe.
What's the weather been like to possibly affect the search?
Weather, our primary concern with weather is for Sebastian. So the rain that we got and the cold temperatures yesterday and into last night gave us concern for hypothermia. But for rescuers, we put rain gear on when we go. Our mounted people, we're using a lot of tactical officers at night with FLIR or with night vision. And so our search personnel, the weather does not bother them. They go and they're going to perform the search. We're looking at rain tomorrow. The temperature's going to stabilize a little bit. 245 and 17 are feeding us weather on request, and National Weather Service is working with us every day, sending us information if anything changes. So.
Chief, I know you guys had asked for doorbell cam and surveillance camera. Have you guys been able, since Sunday night, Monday morning, been able to actually...
You guys see that? Do you guys see that? They're asking about the surveillance right now, and I want you guys to watch Sheriff Craddock and his demeanor. Watch, he just bopped up and down one time. This man is either very high energy, or he's fucking so nervous he's about to jump out of his own skin. Watch.
And they're going to perform the search. We're looking at rain tomorrow. The temperature's going to stabilize a little bit. 245 and 17 are feeding us weather on request, and National Weather Service is working with us every day, sending us information if anything changes. So.
Chief, I know you guys had asked for doorbell cam and surveillance camera. Have you guys...
Okay. Now, his eyes dart over because he says chief. And he's calling that because that's what Eric Craddock was chief. Right? But now he gets his attention and he says yes affirmatively.
It's been able, since Sunday night, Monday morning...
Did you see that where he just bopped up a little bit? He just bopped up a little bit. For what? What? Why did it make you nervous that they asked about surveillance camera information, Craddock? Why would that make you nervous? Why would you have that reaction? I'm just curious. I mean, that's weird to me, in my opinion. Let me see if I can't get it just a little bit before this again. Sorry, guys, not to be repetitive, but
barns, outbuildings, vacant homes, any place that that you think he could be.
One tip, if you're searching your property, is to search it in pairs. If we have aerial assets up and they see someone walking alone through a field, we're going to deploy resources to make sure that is not Sebastian. Secondly, if you're out searching your field and something happens to you, someone needs to be able to call for help and tend to you while we're on the way to help you. So if you're searching, please search in pairs and be safe.
What's the weather been like to possibly affect the search?
Weather, our primary concern with weather is for Sebastian. So the rain that we got and the cold temperatures yesterday and into last night gave us concern for hypothermia. But for rescuers, we put rain gear on when we go. Our mounted people, we're using a lot of tactical officers at night with FLIR or with night vision. And so our search personnel, the weather does not bother them. They go and they're going to perform the search. We're looking at rain tomorrow. The temperature's going to stabilize a little bit. 245 and 17 are feeding us weather on request, and National Weather Service is working with us every day, sending us information if anything changes. So.
Chief, I know you guys had asked for doorbell cam and surveillance camera. Have you guys been able, since Sunday night...
See that? Right there.
Monday morning, been able to actually put eyes on Sebastian? Has any video actually shown him walking? We have had several clips that have come in. Several of them we've been able to dispel that's not Sebastian on that clip. We are still working every lead that comes in. So as the video comes in, our detectives, we're working really well alongside the TBI and all of our other law enforcement partners in the region to make sure that we're getting on them just as quickly as possible. But there hasn't been one video that you guys have had that you said that's... There's not a confirmed sighting of Sebastian on camera. Gotcha.
All right, there is not a confirmed sighting of Sebastian on camera, and he looks so nervous, like he is about to jump out of his own skin. I mean, but why? Why does that make you nervous, Craddock? Because it's not your surveillance camera that's not working and that's in question. Why does that make you jump?
Was any of the canines able to pick up on a scent or something that can lead you to make a direction where he might have been?
We've done that. We've actually...
Look at him. He can't stay still. Do you see how everybody else is able to maintain themselves? Except for Craddock. He cannot keep still. Why not? Sorry, let's see. I'm at 20. I need to be... This thing is giving me such a problem, and I hate when it does that. It's a pain in my patoo. So I just want to go back just a teeniest little bit and show you guys, and just watch his demeanor. Just watch his demeanor. Because this, to me, is not normal at all. And there's no reason that he should be this fucking nervous. This damned nervous.
We're getting on them just as quickly as possible. But there hasn't been one video that you guys have had that you said that's... There's not a confirmed sighting of Sebastian on camera. Gotcha.
Was any of the canines able to pick up on a scent or something that can lead you to maybe a direction where he might have been?
We've done that. We've actually cast the dogs at intersections to see if they take us. And our dogs are scent specific, and we have scent articles from the home, and they have not. We have gotten some tracks away from the home, and we haven't had anything that leads us to Sebastian, obviously.
You mentioned that you've covered about 2,000 miles, correct? What's the word on the amount of volunteers and people helping?
We'll address that later. We still got plenty of, and what you got to understand is span of control and manageability. And I know there's a lot of talk out there. You need to get more people out there, but we've got to do it coordinated, and we've got to be able to monitor and ensure the safety of our searchers. So right now we've got so many public safety assets that we can track and we can communicate with that we are in good shape right now. And we are discussing the possibility of going into volunteers.
We have been.
And I find it so funny that they're talking about how they're working with TBI. They're all working with TBI, but there's Susan Nyland, and they don't let her get a word in edgewise, much less get any camera time. She's right there, and they haven't asked her anything, and they're not going to. Not that they're going to show on the news. I mean, this is a live press conference, right? I didn't add that in the corner. That's News Channel 2. Okay, Nashville. Aw, thank you, Kiki. You didn't have to send a super sticker, but thank you, or super chat. Nick Bear's video, KW sitting in the corner steering. Oh. Do you mean KP? Who did K9 Max track leading away from the house, Ken? Tracking canines don't follow non-existent tracks, as I demoed with K9 Gator. See, I'm glad you're here, Jules, because this was where he was talking like he said not scent specific before, but here he says our dogs are scent specific. So thank you. It's not normal at all. It's cringe. Ken, go to K9 supervisors classes. Things are odd to me. Craddock acting nervous wreck. I mean, look at him. He can't sit still. I've never noticed that before either, guys. This is the first time I've ever really stared at what his demeanor is. I mean, there was some things I wanted to show you in this, but I've never really noticed that. And I mean, what did he have? Too much coffee? Did he have to pee? You know how you do the pee dance sometimes? I mean, what? There I am giving them the benefit of the doubt again, though. Again, I shouldn't do that. I think he's involved in the cover-up. I think so, too, Astro Train. Why else could he not sit still for a second? But we do have a video of the trash truck at 3 a.m. YouTuber. And that was another thing that they messed up, in my opinion. You don't tell the public that that's a trash truck going through the, I mean, they would have been better off to tell us it was a bike, a bicycle with lights on it. You know what I mean? Like headlight type lights. Lover Girl says, meanwhile, Chris says the dogs followed a scent to the quote unquote playscape, then retention pond. Yeah, Ellie says the dogs didn't get Sebastian's scent. That's a great point, Lover Girl. And also, they were saying he told, because I was watching a little bit of Justin's live, he was telling Nerdy Addict, Chris Proudfoot that is that cadaver dogs hit on a scent at the dam. Like, where did that ever come from? Because, I mean, Nancy Grace flat out asked about that. And Katie talked about the bond. Oh, it was over by the bond. What bond? I mean, come on. This has been such a shit show. I do too. I trust Max. Definitely. Max doesn't have any reason to lie, does he, Jules? At all. So, it is a man's world, Brenda. I will say that's true. Nobody put Susan Nyland in the corner. No, I'm just kidding. But I'll tell you, she is not, hey, couponing. She is not, in my opinion, a detective or anybody that would even be able to give us any good information. If anything, she just wanted to get up there and scold us like she did when she finally did get to talk on April 2nd, 2024, when they did the last press conference, you know?
Begun the conversation of coordinating with local volunteer groups. Should we need them, there's a plan in place. What I don't want is to have 1,000 people out in the woods, someone get injured, and now we have to deploy resources to them that should be deployed to get Sebastian home safely. As of right now, I've talked to the FBI, I've talked to world-renowned detectives from the Middle Tennessee area.
World-renowned detectives, that's a lie. See how he can't even look them in the face because he's a lion. He's a liar who's lying about that specifically. Because there's not world-renowned detectives. That's an exaggeration. That's an exaggeration. So, oh, my PTSD says I hadn't heard that. How far is the dam from their place? So, the dam is 8 miles, 7 or 8 miles from Sebastian's home. So, and that's never been confirmed by anybody but Chris Proudfoot. Um, Canine Captain Jules, the canine captain. Okay, but a cadaver canine hit can get complicated. That's why landfill searches are so extensive and take forever. They sometimes will hit on things like band-aids and tampons, etc. That makes sense. That makes sense, Jules. I mean, there's so many stinky, awful things there too, right? Um, yeah, and I just never heard that to be confirmed besides, Nerdy. I mean, I'm not saying Nerdy Addict is lying because he did come with receipts on this information, but I'm saying I mean, there were other instances as well where he was lied to by Chris Proudfoot. Lover Girl says, Lady, I was just typing out the same thing about the cadaver dog. Nerdy said Chris claimed hit at the dam. Yes. Thank you, Lover Girl. And why would he say that? Was that in Canine Report SF's team compiled? Um, I would have to go back and double check that because I know I did a live on that and we talked about it. And I did a video, I believe, as well. I'm trying to think off the top of my head the exact area that was cited in that. And mostly the reason I can't remember, and if you guys know in the chat, please feel free to put it in there, is because I tune out because that guy's such a liar. I just, when I can't trust somebody, I can't trust them anymore. Jazz says, hey Jazz, considering the bar fee has a criminal background, have they ever thought he took Sebastian Rogers to the Appalachian terrain? Lots of white supremacist gangs, motorcycle gangs. I looked into some of that, and oddly enough, like I was also looking into like Cornbread Mafia, of course, and that was in Summer Wells's case, but also as it pertains to Sebastian's case, and that was only because of the hub and the way that Tennessee, and we've kind of talked about this too, but there's, the trafficking aspects and the running of drugs aspect and all of that. That's a really good question, Jazz. I mean, especially because those things all go hand in hand. Brenda Calvert says with that shit show would let them do all the talking too. Just saying. Exactly. Oh, exactly. Yeah. I mean, and that's another major issue. You know, I'm just wondering why Chris was talking about cadaver dogs. Me too. I agree. I agree with that. It makes me wonder. Too. I also have a horrible clip to show you guys, but I have it in the other video I haven't finished. Um, they hit off band-aids, tampons because of the blood. Right. Thank you, Jules, for clarifying that too. Um, yeah, I mean, it's amazing their sniffers, right? And what they're going to sniff out. Um, yeah, see, that's, oh man. So why did they only search the landfill for a short time? That's a good question. I mean, we still don't even know what they were looking for, you know? So, lady, if you're looking for another lady in Sumner County government or law enforcement to step up, in my opinion, you will be waiting for decades. I believe that. It's definitely a good old boys club, isn't it? You know, I believe that. I believe that no matter how many women Mr. Craddock seems to endorse on his Facebook and otherwise, you know. So, Kiki says, "Lady, I explained what video interview. I got the one. Are you talking about the one that you had sent me over? Because we'll play. I'm going to play that one next after this. But let me go ahead. Give me 1 second. Oh, you said up. Sorry, I just I thought you were flipping me the bird, Kiki. Oh my goodness. That's just one more finger over. All right, hold on. Let me look. Let me look.
Every one of them has said we're doing everything that we should be doing. We're doing everything that we can. I'm open to ideas. If someone's got an idea that we're not applying yet, let me know. I'll apply.
Oh. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Sorry guys. This is where he said this is what I want to show you guys too. He's like, "Oh, if there's something you think I can be doing, I'll apply it." You know, so hold on. Let's go back because what is with the attitude, Craddock?
World-renowned detectives from the Middle Tennessee area, and every one of them has said we're doing everything that we should be doing. We're doing everything that we can. I'm open to ideas. If someone's got an idea that we're not applying.
Oh, I'm open to ideas. If someone has an idea that we're not applying, then what?
Yeah, let me know. I'll apply.
Let me know and I'll apply it. And look at his face. And that's slow motion, right? We slow jam in this.
You guys have clocked in and searched so far.
2,000 by foot the first 2 days. We're not tracking hours now. We'll put all that together. We'll do an after action report. But now we're going through the day, preparing this afternoon for tomorrow. We've got a team that's doing that.
He's revved up this one right here. He is absolutely about to bust out of his own skin, in my opinion. Right? He's listening to what Ken took over because he knew he had just broken character, and I mean, he just about showed his ass right there. Hey Lolo, he just about showed his ass, and I'm talking about Eric Craddock. And so Ken Weiner took over for him right there, and he's going, yeah, 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 right? And to me, that's weird.
Tax assessor's office working with us on additional mapping for streams and creeks that we want to make sure we're covering. And I'll tell y'all, we're hitting streams and creeks heavy. So that's something we need done is creeks, streams, tributaries.
And again, here he is talking about creeks, streams, and tributaries. Now, I will say that when we're talking about Chris Proudfoot and him talking about a cadaver dog hitting on one of those creeks, ponds, or tributaries, a dam, right? It does make me wonder what was being told to them by Ken Widener, because he is, I mean, throughout this news conference, this is day 4 of Sebastian Rogers being missing. This would be February 29th, 2024. And he continuously talks about these streams, creeks, tributaries, ponds, the whole time. It's been his main focus. And he says that that other people should be, not we, but local people should be checking too.
Because the watershed from the Tyree Springs area coming down in here, one thing I've learned about autism is the stamina,
He talks about, he stopped himself there, but he started talking about the watershed from the area. So again, I just can't help but wonder because he stops himself and then he starts talking about autism and how children are drawn to water when they're on the spectrum. Freak, not all the time, but sometimes, right? Because we know that Sebastian does like the water, but he's not drawn to it in the way that he would just go into a pond randomly or anything like that, you know?
Pain threshold, the drive in these men and women, young boys and young girls, is greater than ours. Okay, so the particular case in northern Mississippi and West Tennessee, this young man walked until he passed out, and when they got to him, he was laying face down, and they were like, "Oh my," but he was unconscious, and they've done stories on him. And so that's something we're looking at, and we urge people to get out and check those locations. A lot of farms in Sumner County, a lot of creeks in Sumner County, check them.
Okay, but you also have to consider the fact that if Sebastian wasn't wearing any shoes, he wouldn't have made it very far. Hey, country guy, wouldn't have made it very far. So that's another thing that's really concerning because you're operating off of assumptions that aren't true. One, that Sebastian would just willingly go into a dirty bunch of water, but with no shoes on. He would make it all, how far would he have made it? He wouldn't have, not in that area, not in most areas. What often sheriff asks for input and then takes no accountability in the first few days. Then the stupid residents vote him in. Sorry, not sorry. When less than 30% vote is a effing joke. I know, Valley Gal. It's infuriating. It's infuriating. Jules says, yeah, but are we sure it was a canine cadaver? Or a cadaver canine, excuse me. And if so, what agency was it from? People keep mixing up the canines and what they were trained to do. And I think that would be an easy thing for myself to do too. So that's a good point, Jules. Yeah, that is a great point. And the thing is about Chris Proudfoot is he does mix things up terribly all the time. We've seen him do it. You know.
I hate to cut you guys off, but I'm really focused on getting Sebastian home, and we need to get back out and make sure we're doing everything we can. I really appreciate you guys being here covering the story, and as soon as there's an update, I'll let you know. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, there's Susan Nyland. She didn't say anything. She's the public relations for TBI. Look at this little one with his Duper's Delight on. Ooh, that went well. Ken Weiner looks like he's going... Never mind, not going to say it. And then this one just looks like he wants to sprint out of there as fast as he can't, keep himself still.
As the search for 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers...
I thought he was going to, mow down Susan Nyland, tackle her over and run out the door.
Now enters day 4. At this point, they say Sebastian walked off. The family is cooperating with the investigation.
Search. And again, I just wanted to play that last piece right there because he said, again, they're saying Sebastian walked off. So they're telling the public, look, this boy walked off. Who said that, Katie? That is a direct quote from the paperwork that we're going over in Sebastian Rogers' case. So I just want to pull that in really quick before I pull this other clip that Kiki wanted us to show, or that she had sent me. Let me just go here, and we'll pull that direct quote up for us, and that would have been under Katie Proudfoot. Okay, I believe that was in the beginning. Also, let's see. And I just want to show that because that's, of course, a big deal of this, right? Because we're going off of what Katie has told Sumner County Sheriff's Office and how they responded to the situation, right? So, imminent danger, serious imminent risk of removal. No. Let's see. I know it says it somewhere up here. Responsible, organized. My apologies for not just having it right here. I should have remembered the number. Um, okay. Oh, the CPIT team. All right. Again, also in this piece right here, letter I, excuse me, Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers had never left the home before alone, by himself, never ran away before. Here we go. On February 26th, 2024, Sebastian's mother, Katie Proudfoot, reported that Sebastian Rogers, quote, left the home on his own and his whereabouts are unknown, end quote, and that, quote, Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers has never left the home before alone, end quote. Okay, given Sebastian's neurodivergence, his developmental disabilities, and the documented history of abuse in the home, the report should have triggered the most intensive investigative response possible. And I can't agree more with that. Let me pull this in, and thank you again, Kiki, for sending this over. This is, okay, here we go. Just pull that in. And let's just bear with me here. Okay, here we go. And we might have an ad.
So right now we have enough first responders on the ground here that we can communicate with, that have the same training. They have the apps that we use to track, and there's a litany of reasons that it's important right now. There may come a time when we call on the public to come out and help us search, but right now we have plenty of first responders on scene. The best thing the public can do to help us is keep sharing it on social media. If you see something, say something, call the Sumner County Emergency Communications Center at 615-451-3838 and check your home surveillance video. Just check. If you see something, call us. We'll come out and look. I think that's going to be what breaks the case, is somebody's home surveillance video seeing something.
And at what point are people...
They absolutely are. Sumner County is the greatest place on earth. I truly believe that. We have the absolute greatest citizens here, but we also have the best law enforcement relationships in the county. We've got people from across the state here, the TBI, Tennessee Highway Patrol, Hendersonville, Gallatin sent people. We have plenty of first responders. So my urge to the public right now would be to check your home videos and stay rested, because when the call comes, we'll put it out on social media, and that's when we'll need you to come.
Okay. So he's saying here, again, to stand down, stand by, maybe stand down, stand by, right? Because we are going to call for the public's help if we can't find Sebastian, but we're doing everything we can. We're deploying all of the resources that we have readily available. And on top of that, we have also consulted other agencies and have enough people searching. Here's a bigger view. Sorry, that was kind of a little bit distracting on the side there. This is the infamous smacking of the gum from Eric Craddock. All right, you can't really barely hear Caitlin, but she's saying to Ken Widener, hey, do you want to mic up so we can get you talking? Are you here to interview? And yeah, they've agreed.
In the meantime, is when you approach this search, is it different looking for a child than an adult?
It's definitely different looking for a child with autism. Yesterday we consulted with someone in the first responder world who does emergency management, who also...
I love how he says the first responder world. And then we hear Chris Proudfoot talk about the biker world. and the reptile world, right? It's funny that he's mirroring some of the statements that Chris Proudfoot are. First, sorry, or that he used. And I said "are" because I read your comment there. I don't know why I said that. The K9 Joel says first responder world. I know it, but see, this is the first time that you hear that lingo, right? And then also we hear it from Chris Proudfoot, and he uses that same biker world, reptile, snake world, reptile world, exotic pet world, his own little world. He does look wired to the walls. Sharon Marlowe, good to see you. This part, Kiki, am I at the right part? Oh my goodness. Yes. So, and this is actually a better, because I have this interview on my page, but this is actually a clearer version of it. And then you do see Sebastian. So that's a good thing, because in the version I have, it doesn't show him, his beautiful smile and how cute he was on his birthday.
Has children who are autistic, and she kind of laid it out for some things that I didn't understand or comprehend at first. She gave us a lot of tips and tricks, so we've had several calls from people with autistic relatives that have told us, hey, have you thought about this? And listen, there's nothing off the table. I don't care how crazy it sounds. If it's going to help me find Sebastian, get him home safe to his family, I'm going to do it.
Oh, wow. That's a very tall order, that in a very tall promise that he never kept. And he's looking in their eyes and telling them this, Looks like somebody put something in his Gatorade. Gator loves the mouse. Excuse me. Joel says the Gator loves the mouse click. Aw, I love that. But I think that's interesting that he's got all these promises, and that it's like, that's interesting that he's saying that he's going to do everything he can, but then we have this paperwork alleging that they weren't following up on leads. And we also know that phone number that they've been giving out, that has become the dedicated tip line, right? Or the line to get a hold of Michael Brandon Carter. So I think that that's very interesting as well. So Lolo says he probably looks that way because he's been looking so hard for Sebastian. Lolo. Oh my goodness. And maybe he drank too many energy drinks, I just thought about that too. So oh, you were on the phone. You were I was on the phone, says Seth. Look at the pic closest to Craddock of Sebastian. He's smirking like, what the heck, idiot. Yeah. Yes, exactly. I have done some close-ups on his eyes. He has some great Gatorade. Sharon Marlowe. Oh my goodness. Yeah, there's something. He's very uppity, this one.
And what are some of those considerations that go into looking for a child with autism?
Some of the things that he likes, what he's familiar with. We know that Sebastian likes cats. We were told that his favorite song was Eye of the Tiger. We've tried playing that to just kind of calm him and let him know we're here to help him. I'm sure that he could see what's going on here and be intimidated, but if he sees this newscast, I want him to know, Sebastian, come out. We're here to help you. We just want to get you home safe.
And that just seems so scripted and fake to me now.
And at this point, have you guys ruled out any indication of foul play?
I won't say that we've ruled out any indication of foul play, but I will say that the family has been nothing but cooperative with us. Nothing but cooperative. There's no indication of foul play at the moment.
How have those tips been of people coming in and offering up any information that you guys have had in leads or any information you can share with that?
We've had several tips. One of the tips was that he was sighted off of Newman's Trail off Long Hollow Pike. We actually, when we got that tip, we sent a team out. We made contact with who they thought was Sebastian, and it was not. Again, that's a great tip. It could have been. So if somebody sees something, call us. Let us know.
And do you guys know, I know you guys were checking shoes from last night to see if he was barefoot
but is that still the case? Is he barefoot? Because I know on Facebook somebody posted a picture of these could be his shoes, or is that something he is supposed to be barefoot?
What I can say is that his mom says all of his shoes are accounted for at the house. I'm not going to say that he's barefoot.
And
Oh man. Okay. And that's the clip that I have in my intro. But I do need to spruce it up because it is old. So I haven't put it back up there, but that is a clip that will be left in my intro. Because it really does bother me when I'm watching this. And, again, this is on February 27th, so the day after Sebastian was reported missing. And Sheriff Craddock is saying, I'm not going to say he's barefoot. And of course, he was chief deputy back then.
how's the family doing? Just
Oh, I cannot imagine the struggle that the family is going through right now. I'm a dad, Director Widener's a dad. I don't know how they're handling it. I couldn't survive if something happened to my kids.
All right. I couldn't survive if something happened to my kids, but you treat Seth the way that you do. This to me makes absolutely no sense. How you can sit there and say that and treat Seth the way that you have. Would you like to be kept in the dark? If your kids, and if you were divorced from your wife and your wife had CPS involvement at the house with the kids, would you be okay with the fact that you weren't notified? Because I'm pretty sure you would come unglued just like any other parent if any of the shit that you're saying right now is true, which it's questionable. It's hard to trust you because you've lied so many times, Craddock.
managing all of this, what's been going through your guys' mind? Just kind of juggling all of these people and having people come in from outside agencies as well. And what's been going through your mind?
Well, I think Director Widener said it best. Every time we debrief and talk about what we've done, we're asking, what ideas do you guys have? I think I'm a pretty good law enforcement officer, but I'm not the smartest guy in the room, and I know that. So if someone's got an idea, and we've had some pretty good ideas come up, and we're gonna try everything we can. So keeping an open mind and doing anything we can to find Sebastian.
Keeping an open mind and doing everything we can to find Sebastian. And he looks at you with those puppy dog eyes like, oh, we're really doing it. Oh, yeah, trust me. Nope.
And then I also am told that he might be on medications as well, which is autistic and on the autistic spectrum. What is that kind of looking like? Is that kind of upping the danger of the situation there as well?
It definitely increases the volatility of the situation. The medicine is there, obviously to treat his autism. So how he responds.
Obviously to treat his autism. That's really strange because you knew what kind of medication he was on. You had to have. Right? Because Sebastian had been in the system since 2022. So that would have been very easy for you to look up through CPIT and understand fully what Sebastian was taking and why. But you're sitting up there playing dumb and saying, I'm not the smartest man in the room, so I'm not going to look into that further because I don't really know. Bull crap. You know. And you're saying you're going to consult with an autism expert. You don't have to. You could go and look at those reports and know Sebastian inside and out pretty well. But yet you're sitting here telling everybody that he takes medicine for autism and it's increasing the volatility because he doesn't have it. Okay.
That once the medicine is out of the system is really not my expertise, but I do know that it's going to have a negative effect on him. So.
Right. It's not your expertise, but you think it's going to have a negative, you know that it will have a negative effect on him. Okay.
It definitely is increasing.
And as people approach him and they see him, are they advised to move slowly or call you guys first? Or I guess what's the recommendation?
I would definitely say call us first. If you're close enough to talk to Sebastian, talk in a calm, slow voice. Let him know that you're not there to hurt him. You're there to help him. and hopefully you can build a rapport with them until we can get there and bring them back to the scene.
About how many agencies are helping with this survey?
Oh, we've got at least 10 agencies here. Yesterday, and Director Weiner.
Okay, so this is again the 27th, and they're saying we have at least 10 agencies here.
Ken Widener, KENWEID-NER,
Here
Director
comes
of
Ken.
Sumner County Emergency Management Agency. So yesterday we had multiple agencies. We had 220 searchers on the ground, and we bring them in and they go through operations and they get assigned a search area. So we're using a search program to track them, and they lay tracks from their cell devices, and we know
And again, that's our topo.
where they're at, and they complete those search areas. They come back and they get reassigned, or we reassign them when they're in the field. So today we'll get a count on that, but I'd say we're over 150 searchers on the ground today, and multiple agencies, and THP helicopter, and I'm not sure what the chief went over, Metro's helicopter, TBI fixed wing, over 10 drones. We've got
You don't know what he went over, but you're standing right next to him through the whole entire thing. But you don't know what he went over, but you're standing there.
12 canine teams here, 8 mounted units yesterday, horses yesterday, and
12 canine teams, and this is day 2. 12 canine teams.
10 here today. So we're covering as much ground as we can, and we keep expanding that search area. And we have pounded the area, the neighborhood that he went missing from, and the neighborhood adjacent, and we keep expanding that out.
The neighborhood that he went missing from and the neighborhood adjacent, right? So the two neighborhoods that are right next to each other are Sebastian's subdivision, Victoria Place, and the new subdivision or new phase that is right next door. Okay, so.
And with the anticipation of the temperature dropping tomorrow and a chance for storms, is that going to change the search, or is it going to have any impact on his ability to survive?
We're concerned about the weather because we don't know exactly what he's dressed in, and we could have some flurries tomorrow, and the storms.
All right. So they also talk about right here that they don't know exactly what he's dressed in, but why not? I thought Katie said that Sebastian was told to go to bed, and he came out and he said, "Good night, Mama," and "Good night, puppies." So how could Katie not know what he went to bed in? And also, it's a bit of a process of elimination. You mean to tell me a kid that only has 3 pairs of shoes has 1,000 pairs of pajamas and you don't know what's what? Because I don't think that's true, in my opinion. That doesn't make a damn bit of sense to me. You know? Right. Thank you, Seth. Yeah. The meds he was on was for ADHD and not autism. Yeah. And the ADA therapies, we're going to help him with the autism, but he can't do ADA therapies if he's not there to do them, right?
Wet, and you lose body temperature 30 times faster when you're wet than when you're dry in the air or in water. And so we're concerned about that, and the chance that we could have flurries tomorrow and those dropping temperatures. So we're continuing to work with drones and FLIR, and we've actually utilized tactical teams, SWAT teams, the county ERT, and night vision that our operators have, and they've been in the field for many hours at nighttime.
Yeah, that was my next question. How do you guys operate the searches at night? I know last night it got dark pretty soon, and it's going to get dark pretty soon here today again. How does those searches go in, and how do you keep those effective?
Yeah, flashlights, FLIR, and night vision. Yeah.
I'll say we do change our tactics based on the weather. So last night we did that. Not ready yet to describe exactly how we did that because we may have to apply that again tonight or tomorrow.
And then at this point, what we're kind of talking about it earlier with the body shock you guys had originally said that to just because it's as far as she is going to walk. But are you expecting at this point to be tired, exhausted, sleeping? I mean, I guess what you guys see.
Teenagers are resilient.
Okay, he did that bopping up and down thing just twice there too, when they were talking about what condition Sebastian might be in right now, and I just want to go back to
Tired,
that.
exhausted, sleeping. I mean, like, I guess what kind of
Oh,
Teenagers are
there's a
resilient.
pop. There's a pop right there.
Real
point, you know, what kind of talking about it earlier with body shock and you guys had originally said that to
There he goes once.
but like, are you expecting at this point tired, exhausted, sleeping? I mean, like, I guess what
Do you expect Sebastian to be tired, exhausted, or sleeping? And that this is where he starts bopping around, can't stay still. There's another time he bopped around, but now it goes to Ken.
Teenagers are resilient. We're really hoping he has enough clothes on to stay warm, and we think that when he gets fatigued, he should rest. And he doesn't apparently doesn't sleep a lot at night, and he's more active at night, and is, you know, probably sleeps a little more in the day. So we hope he's laying down and resting, and we just want to. We don't want him to outwalk the search, and the ground that he can cover on foot. We're working with that, and we're putting that into consideration when we create the areas that we search.
Just helping out with the aerial searches as well?
There's multiple agencies. TBI's helped, Metro Nashville's helped, Tennessee Highway Patrol's helped, our drone team, North Star has helped. Wilson County is going to come help with some aerial coverage. The Sumner County Emergency Management drone team has been phenomenal. There's really no limit. If there's a resource out there that can help us, we've called and we've asked for it.
Pretty much every county every agency in the county, and then counties from across the state, quite honestly. And, you know, with the plea, and I think I heard Chief talking about that earlier, you know, we have a lot of people wanting to volunteer, and we are really looking to put trained personnel on the ground that are familiar with search and operations and have the ability to perform limited rescue operations. And we've got teams on standby if we have a rescue situation. And so there's a lot that goes into that, and we can track these personnel a lot easier.
Okay, you can use that technology to track everyone that's searching, so stop that right now. That's a lie. Anybody that downloads the Sartopo app can be tracked on it. The same thing goes for CalTopo. Seth says teenagers are resilient. Of course he is. You know all, and you know what he is going through already. Absolutely, Seth. Seth says, yeah, because he already knew what was in the reports. I agree. And I think that's why they look so guilty and downtrodden, in my opinion. Now that I'm looking at it through a different set of eyeballs, right? With different lenses on, maybe, because we know what we know now. I agree 100%, Seth. And hello, Heather Marie. So good to see you. Love and light to all from Southern Indiana. Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers will be found and get justice. Thank you, Heather Marie. I agree 100%. It's coming. It's all coming to light. And I still didn't know anything about the DCS at this point. Unbelievable. And Sebastian was in the system since the fall, November 3rd. Well, we know November 3rd of 2022. So crazy. So crazy. Ugh, just unbelievable. Lolo says, Seth, it blows my mind how they kept that from you. It does me too, Lolo. It's really unbelievable, and I've had such a tough time wrapping my mind around a lot of this stuff, you know?
Are divers still on scene as well?
They're on scene.
Okay, so they said, are the divers on as well? You can, because Caitlin's asking a question. That's Caitlin Quisenberry. I heard her voice there. But she said, are the divers still, active? And he goes, they're on standby. So.
Is there anything else that you guys want to add?
Continue to share the social media page. If you see something, say something. Check your home surveillance video. Those are really the huge things that the public can do to help us right now find Sebastian.
So we had a child walk up, a lady walk up today with a child, is autistic. They're from Watertown, and the little boy wanted to tell us where he thought Sebastian could be, and he told me very forthright where he thought he would go if he were lost. That he would go towards creeks, and he would go behind buildings, and the different things that he would do. And he told his mom this morning that he wanted to come up here and tell us where he thought Sebastian might be. Yeah.
Wow, that it just seems so sinister now that because for the longest time I was like thinking to myself, well, Ken Weiner's a good one. You know, he's a good one because he's listening to these kids, right? And he's hearing them out. And what a sweetheart. I mean, there's so many kids out there, guys, that I mean, I have even shared stories about people who have wrote me or texted me or, told me my little one's looking for Sebastian. My little one wants to find Sebastian, you know? Jules says, lady, did you see my comment about what Chris said about Gator finding Sebastian's medication? No. Definitely does. Canine Gator definitely doesn't hit on Tylenol. I couldn't believe CP said that. Oh yeah, why would he need to hit on Tylenol? Everybody can have Tylenol. I mean, it's not illegal. Maybe you can't like bring it across borders or something. I don't know. I'm trying to think of even a reason. Jules says, "What if what if he's wrong and he finds Tylenol? Tylenol isn't even a controlled." Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't read the whole thing. In the very beginning, I told both Seth and Chris that if either of them were hiding Sebastian or his medication, Canine Gator would find it. Seth literally said he can search wherever he needs. Chris said, well, what if he's wrong and he finds Tylenol? And Tylenol isn't even a controlled medication. I knew that shit was weird. I knew then that shit was weird. Well, yeah, because he's guilty. He's that see, and that is so guilty in my opinion. Hey, Rosebud. Well, at the time, we had not heard anything about Biodad from them, had we? No, because we didn't hear anything about anything from anyone yet either. But no, they were yeah, they were not including Seth in that, Rosebud. That's a great point because I'm sorry, I kind of was also thinking back as I was talking there because no, they kind of lumped the parents into just calling them all the parents. So the sheriff's department hasn't done anything to find Sebastian. Jazz. It's so horrible. Thank you, Canine Jules. That is see now that's gonna stick with me. Showed Poodle says maybe when Craddock said we don't know what we don't know, he was talking about us, the public. We didn't know their secrets. Oh, show Poodles. That just really has always bugged me. And I didn't know why. It was like it irked me, it was just a little you know, and it like Newman, you know what I mean? And it bugged me and it didn't sit well with me. And I'm like, why is he saying we don't know what we don't know? That is such a generalized bullshit cop out statement. But now when you say it like this, that maybe he was talking about we don't know what we don't know because they were hiding their secrets. Very interesting, show Poodles, and we don't know because they could have been that's projection, right? Like projecting that onto us. So that's very interesting. I know. I wish they would have listened to him. I wish they would have contacted you, Seth. I mean, that's where it just comes down to that it's just so frustrating that they didn't, you know? And then suddenly rumors got started. I wanted to go into their medicine cabinets. Now, I remember that. Looking back now, I know exactly who started that rumor. Yeah, I remember people saying that. I'm like, why would she want to go in their medicine cabinets? And I'm pretty sure, I mean, anybody that has active military in their family knows that you guys get popped for drug tests. So, I mean, obviously, you work for the federal government and that sort of thing, and you're active duty. You can't mess around like that. You would be a fool to get in trouble like that, you know. Um, and you're not. And so, yeah, that was weird to me too. That didn't make any bit of sense to me. Or, and I would hope anybody with half a brain cell would be like, why would she care to? And I get what they're saying, that you maybe were looking for their prescription medications, maybe take them or whatever, but confiscate them. I don't. Yeah, that's unbelievable and stupid in my opinion. You know, right? Yeah, Gator would have picked up on the MJ uh, too in that house. Just saying. Yeah. Kiki says, didn't they say they assigned the volunteers and everyone had to have a radio while searching and report back? Like they handpicked, in my opinion. Well, I mean, the thing is with that technology that they're using is really awesome because it's tracking it's tracking everybody, as they're doing their searches. So like anybody that has time to volunteer, and that's what it's probably that the designers probably designed it for. So that way anybody that wanted to track searches could, when they're available, to volunteer their time. So hello, Alistair War. Um, so the they came out at the time that Kathy Bowersox told me it wouldn't, quote, be wise for us to search her property. She is so Cruella like. Like, those are the statements that I have to remember that Kathy has said, because she hasn't, like, been super vocal. That's what Chris has done. But the things she has said when she has come out and said things is very excuse me, is very interesting to me. And they've always been very cryptic, very crude, very brash, very concerning, in my opinion, you know? So I just think that's interesting. Thank you, my PTSD. Thank you so much. Um, okay, so we got a little bit more of this. Oh,
Thank you guys.
So right.
guys. Okay, so I want to read the article also on this. Um, all right, so this is February 26, 2024 at 10:30 a.m. Eastern Time. Okay, so 9:30 Hendersonville time, right? And then they updated it at 11:32 Eastern AM. Okay, so that's the article part. Hendersonville, Tennessee, WSMV4. The search continues Tuesday for a missing and endangered teenager in Sumner County. Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, 15, is missing from beach area of Hendersonville and was last seen Sunday in the area of Beach and Shackle Island near Long Hollow Pike. Okay, this is what I played the whole interview, and this is probably what you wanted me to see, Kiki. Oh my goodness. I'm sorry. See what happens when I'm focused? And on the other thing, I'm like, do, 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 do. Okay, so wow. I guess I've never saw this article before. And I mean, they updated it too, so you would think they would have updated it correctly. Um, Interesting. Okay, so Sebastian went missing from beach. area of Hendersonville and was last seen Sunday in the area of Beach and Shackle Island near Long Hollow Pike. Who told them that? The Tennessee Bureau of Investigation has issued an endangered child alert and subsequent Amber Alert over his disappearance, as Rogers has a form of autism. Based on additional investigative information developed during the search for Sebastian, an Amber Alert is being issued. The TBI wrote on X. So the TBI wrote this on X. Okay. Rogers is 5'5" tall, 120 pounds, and has dirty blonde hair. He was last seen wearing a black sweatshirt and black sweatpants, investigators said. Crews in Sumner County have been canvassing the area around Rogers's home and are using horses, canines, helicopters, and divers in their search. Investigators said that Rogers is known to love to hide. And this must be their ex post. No, this would have been Facebook. Anyone with information should contact the Sumner County Sheriff's Office 615-451-3838 or the TBI. The number for the TBI, by the way, is 1-800-TBI-FIND. More info. The search for Sebastian continues this afternoon. Residents who live near the area around Beach High School along Long Hollow Pike may want to check outbuildings, garages, cars in case Sebastian use any of these as hiding places. And that's the TBI. And this is both on, well, that's at 5:35 p.m., February 26th, 2024. Okay, yeah, that is from. Okay, oh, I would have to sign in for that. That's from X. Very interesting. Why is that person smashing their knee? Um, hmm. Let's watch this one then, I guess, too. Yeah, Kiki, that is so strange. Like, I mean, that is weird. I remember them continuously saying in Stafford Court, but I figured that was because Chris Proudfoot had to come apart and said, I don't want anybody talking about my house and where I live and it's dangerous and on and on and on. Creepy, creepy, creepy. Not sorry. Let the bodies hit the floor. I would recommend get several surgical GPS chips installed. Yeah, for these kids. Is that what you guys mean? Oh my goodness. Oh no. My PTSD says she needs to be chipped. Cruella Deville. Hello, Kylie Ray. Good to see you. Wow. That is so crazy. The song by Drowning Pool. Rosebud says it blows my mind that with all the past info they had on this home, that they approached the search without even taking that in regard. That's a good point. Then letting Step leave the area for those many hours and days later. And we still really don't know, in my opinion, excuse me, like when he absolutely left and for how long. I mean, they could have been gone for a couple of days for all we know, you know? And, I just feel like there's so many good people there too, though, Seth, but oh my God. The deranged live here in Tennessee. Oh my goodness. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm not accusing, but to let a potential person of interest leave without police chaperone doesn't make sense. No one should have been allowed to leave for any reason. Well, and it's curious to me too, because I also heard it was alleged that, he was paid up, so it wasn't urgent that he go and get it. And then he ended up putting it right back there around that area somewhere anyway. Um, I I'm concerned about that time frame. And, you know, because he should have been a main person of interest because of the abuse that he was inflicting upon Sebastian that was documented and known about. I think they should have kept eyes on him. Absolutely. They should have had, what is that, a stakeout? you know, they should have had somebody following him and making sure of his whereabouts and that he wasn't disposing of evidence or he wasn't picking Sebastian up from an unknown, undisclosed location, like perhaps one of Kathy Bowersox's vacant properties, hint, hint, nudge, nudge, that she may or may not have had a basement at, or some kind of a cellar, or a shed, or somewhere to keep Sebastian where he was playing video games and totally fine. It doesn't always have to be the worst case scenario. But what I'm saying is that because her and Colossal Popcorn Tooth were uh, allegedly accompanying Mr. Proudfoot to go get his fifth wheel, which is doesn't it's not necessary for them to do so. I wonder if maybe Kathy wasn't at Worsham's at 5:30 in the morning, and that's not how Katie did a handoff early that morning, unsuspecting of anybody else, or people already knew what was going on because they had called their friends at the sheriff's office who were well aware of all of this. I mean, it makes you wonder. It makes you wonder. And then maybe Kathy brought him from whatever property she brought him to that day and did another handoff with him, all masking as them going to go get the camper. I mean, we have to think about these things now because of their actions and because of what we now know. We don't know what we don't know. Well, guess what? We know and we know. And let's watch us do something about it. Now we know what we thought we didn't know or what you didn't want us to know. But we know that you knew. So I hope you know that I know that you knew. Gabby says, I was thinking the same thing, Lady Freedom. Don't talk about my truck, Jules. Don't talk about my truck. He was scared for his truck. Uh-huh. Oh, yeah. It's a shame because allegedly he was taking all that skirting and putting it up, and now he had to go back and take it all down. Hey, Jen. Hey, Tori. Good to see you, Tori. Jazz says, did they ever check Bauer Feet's home? I don't think they did. Don't even get me started, Jules. Kiki says, lady, also on dispatch, they called NCIC, or what is that other thing that the cops use to see if any LE activity in the home? I remember them mentioning the NCIC. I do. Hey, Bo, I'm glad you're back. I'm glad you're back. I'm glad you're back. Seth says, live here long enough. If the water and air don't get you, the sheriff or commissioner will. Just saying, in my opinion. Oh my goodness. I believe that. And again, or techs, like TECHS, tech, plural tech. So, I'm glad you're here, Tori. Hey, Babs. Good to see you, Babs. Sumner County knew all that was going on with CP and Sebastian. They absolutely did. The assistant DA was very familiar. Very, very familiar Jen says good old boy corruption. Yep. Or I'm sorry, good old corruption county. Most definitely. Most definitely. Chris Carr used to live on Long Hollow Pike in Sumner and Long Hollow Pike, Goodlettsville, plus along Hunter Pike. Oh, that's interesting, Kylie Ray. Hmm. Yes, I love Jules. She's good at answering questions, and I appreciate that. So, Cruella would see Gator and try to run away. Oh my gosh. If Gator was coming after me, I'd try to run away. You would try. You can try all you want. Okay, here we go. We'll watch this clip, guys.
Frantic search is underway for this missing Sumner County teen who has autism. We know 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers disappeared on Sunday.
Jordan James joins us live from where that search is happening right now in Hendersonville, and we're seeing some activity pick back up there, Jordan.
Yeah, Amanda, that's absolutely right. We're day 2 into the search for Sebastian Rogers, and here in the last couple of minutes, personnel have started to arrive here at the command site. I'm going to step out of the way to give you a better look at the scene. So what you're seeing right now is a search and rescue crew setting up for another hard day of work. Now, this is all in response to the disappearance of 15-year-old Sebastian, who was last seen by his parents on Sunday just before midnight at their home near Long Hollow Pike. Yesterday, more than 100 personnel were out here canvassing the area. We saw first responders in the woods, on horseback, in the water, and also using a helicopter. A search of this magnitude has not been seen in years and has proven to be a challenge for those on the front lines.
Honestly, that's kind of up in the air, right? Because we don't know where he left other than where the dog tracked. So we just went door to door in the entire neighborhood. And if there were cameras up, we asked them, can you look? Can you check for us?
Sebastian is believed to be wearing all black, and officers tell us that he likes to hide. So if you live in this immediate area, you're encouraged to be vigilant. Reporting here live, Jordan James, WSMV4.
Wow, that's so crazy. So Jordan James, I've not seen this interview either for whatever reason. And I noticed that. I need to go back, Seth. My girl Pollyanna Hollyana Thompson. Oh, interesting. We meet again. My greatest adversary, the bane of my existence. Seth, when she looks at Chris and Katie like they're the cutest little 2 puppy dogs or kittens she's ever seen, it just really gets my goat. It really gets my goat. Bab says Chris Proudfoot was so jealous and intimidated by Sebastian, in my opinion. I agree, Babs. I agree. He is a bully. He is a bully. He is a narcissist, right? And narcissists have such a fragile ego, right? And nobody likes Chris. Let's just be honest. Let's just be frank. Okay? Nobody likes Chris Proudfoot. And it's because of his demeanor. It's because of his attitude. It's because he's abusive. It's because he's a bully. But then you have Sebastian, who is a pleasant kid, right? He's working through obvious issues. Who can blame him, right? But he's also a ray of sunshine, a sweet kid. He's polite. He uses his manners. Chris Proudfoot, I don't even think he has manners. Can't take him nowhere. Okay? Chris has a lot of issues, and he never wants to get himself help for those things. So, no, a Pollyanna, K9 Jules, is a person who basically enables other people. They're like, it's okay. Oh, that's so cute that you just, did the worst thing ever. It's all right. We're praying for you. Like that kind of person. And we've talked about it here, but Dr. Romney talks a lot about Pollyannas. And they're narcissistic enablers, right? They're a part of the flying monkeys, and they're the happy ones to be there. Like, oh, this is just so great. I'm just so glad to be here to help and do your dirty bidding for you. Oh, great. I mean, one of those. Oh, very interesting. And Seth knows she gets my goat, so he's like, "Hey, there's there's your best friend." Babs says, "I think Sebastian was beginning to stand up for himself and maybe for his mom. Against Chris, he's so abusive, such a POS bully." And Babs, I think that Sebastian probably did feel empowered to do a lot too, to stand up for himself, because of course he's getting older. He really, like, in the Texas Roadhouse footage, he really looks afraid of Katie, which really bothers me, you know? But it's because he's a little baby weenie. He's a little baby weenie. He's a little baby wiener. I mean, he just says, and he does have a little Vienna sausage, in my opinion. Like I would know. But I'm just saying he probably has a little too tiny. Little Frank with barely any beans. Okay. That would piss a lot of guys off. That would piss a lot of guys off, I'd imagine. I'd reckon. Oh my goodness. Sebastian was 10 times the man that Chris could ever want to be. Babs, boom. Sebastian is smarter, braver, more loving, and a genuine human. Everything that donkey isn't. Oh man. If we had a donkey of the day, it would be hard to top Chris Proudfoot. I was thinking that too, because we were thinking about maybe doing something kind of funny, like a donkey wanker of the day, wanker of the week. It would be hard to dethrone the reigning champion. Let's just put it that way. Kiki. I can't help it. Bo started it. Bo started it. She gets me on that, and then I'm like, oh gosh, how many more can I say? It's terrible. Justice for Noog. So good to see you. Hey, good to see you, Justice for Noog. Good night, couponing. Good night. All right, guys. So let's get back to this paperwork a little bit more. Right, we're gonna get a little bit more back to this. I agree, Jazz. I agree. Because Gabby, they need to do more regarding investigating besides just searching. They really did an injustice for Sebastian. I agree, Rosebud. I agree wholeheartedly. Um, it began, the injustices, it began back in 2022, right? November 3rd, when they knew and they were having this hearing, these proceedings, right? These reports, even, and we went over that, last night too, guys. If you want to know what the protocol procedures, like what the steps are, we went over all of that, from the time it's reported. And they have this group of, that CPIT group that goes and, definitely checks into these things. Um, and meets and convenes about these children and the cases, and it's just and it's just really unbelievable. Let me get back to our spot here where did we get through the first cause of action? Let's see. Okay, no, we did not yet. This is some other good stuff that we're going to be talking through. But again, I wanted to show you guys that. Okay. All right. Now, here we go. And again, like I said, we're just going to go through this, guys. And I know it's going to take us a little while to get through these documents, but it'll be worth it when we're done, so we can have a good roadmap on what all has been talked about and how all, what all we've gone over, and then with the um, examples, etc. And I hope this helps break it down for people. Um, you know, and again, if you guys think of things and things like that, examples, I think it's a really good time for us to put our heads together in remembering these things, right? Because so many things happened. There's no way I could ever remember all of it. I'd like to have forgot and let Sebastian come home to his dad and then forget any of this horrid stuff happened. That would be the best thing because it's so much, it's too much. It's too hard to think that Sebastian was enduring this. It's awful. And again, we're going to deep dive into some of these cases that are mentioned here. Um, but Sebastian, a missing child with documented disabilities and known history of abuse, had a liberty interest in his personal security protected by the 14th Amendment. His protected liberty interest in the care, custody, and companionship of his son is what Seth should have had under his amendment rights, right? Now, this claim is brought on behalf of Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers through his father and next friend, Seth Rogers. The state created danger doctrine requires that the state's own affirmative conduct created or increased the plaintiff's exposure to danger. And we know that what we've just seen and what we've read in the paperwork is proof, in my opinion, that they knowingly and willingly created and increased Sebastian's exposure to danger. And this is also cited in Kennedy versus Ridgefield City, 439F3D 1055, Ninth Circuit Court, 2006. Defendants, and it might just be Ninth Circuit, excuse me, 2006. I don't know why I said court. Defendants' affirmative acts that created or increased the danger to Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers include a knowing Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers' history of SA that had been reported to and investigated by DCS. B, knowing that Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers had a home life that DCS's own records show was marked by physical abuse, emotional degradation, and a stepfather whom neighbors reported, quote, hated the child and wanted the child to die, and that's end quote, and failing to take any action, right? And we see that. I mean, they're doing everything but finding him, but they're pretending like they're putting on this big entire circus. But the whole time, they have to know that Chris and Katie have involvement based on all of the abuse records, and the fact that they didn't bring them down to the police station to verify any information is a huge red flag. But now we know why they didn't do that. It's because they were all in on it, in my opinion. Defendants acting under control of state law were deliberately indifferent to Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers' disappearance. This deliberate indifference is evidenced by a failure to secure the scene, B, the failure to verify Proudfoot's alibi, C, the failure to investigate the non-functioning surveillance cameras, D, the assignment of only one detective, E, the cessation of press conferences after March 2024, the failure to follow up on tips, the 18-month communication blackout with Seth Rogers, and H, the failure to deploy resources commensurate with the known risk factors, right? The known risk factors, guys, are everything that would be in the CPS documentation, everything spoken about with CPIT, those documents, everything that was alleged by, Sebastian's grandmother, the neighbors, um, as well as the teachers, counselors, They had a plethora of information. They had a plethora of leads right off the bat. They had a plethora of known risk factors, and they did not deploy resources to reflect that. Instead, they mounted up horses and told everybody Sebastian walked off, and that they were operating off of the assumption that Sebastian walked off. And by the way, as Craddock said, all smug, and if you think you can do better or you have a better idea, let me know. I'll do it. Just rude as all hell, in my opinion. All right. So defendants knew. Oh, I'm sorry. Now I'm going to have to open that again. I apologize, guys. Well, how do I open it again? Well, there we go. Now I can double click it open. Jeez Louise. Okay. Sorry about that, guys. I went to go click off the highlighted part and I clicked off it completely. Okay. So now I completely lost my spot. Oh, no, here we go. All right. So defendants knew or should have known of the extraordinary risk factors in this case through their participation in the CPIT proceedings, the DCS records, and the circumstances of Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers' disappearance. Their failure to act with urgency in light of these known risks constitutes conduct that shocks the conscience. Their failure to act with urgency in light of these known risks constitutes conduct that shocks the conscience. We're begging you, federal court, to intervene. Hey, Spicy Disaster, good to see ya. Okay, yeah, the proof is in the pudding, hon. I know this case has been very difficult. There's been a lot of people that have been divided because people don't know what to think, and no one likes, especially Americans, because we do operate off of that people are innocent until they're proven guilty, right? So somebody could get charged with a crime that does not make them guilty of that crime, right? There a lot of due process of the law, swift, speedy trial, blah blah blah, right? But it's just very different. So I should probably be taking another dose of my cough medicine, my Mad Dog flavored, available at Walmart. uh, that's too funny. But no, I mean, they just really did an awful job of knowing those risk factors and not springing into action right away, or considering them or deploying the correct resources that would coincide with that. And it shocks everybody's conscience. It should. If it doesn't, it should. And maybe they don't have kids, or I don't know, or a soul. No, I'm just kidding. Um, as a direct and proximate result of the defendant's deliberate indifference and affirmative acts creating danger, Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers remains a highly at risk missing youth. Bottom line, right here. Number 37. Short, sweet, to the point. As a direct and proximate result, right? It's a cause and effect. Because of this happened, of the defendant's deliberate indifference, and the defendants here are Sumner County Sheriff's Office, Eric Craddock being sued professionally and in his individual capacity, as well as Michael Brandon Carter being sued in his individual and professional capacity. And then we have CPS as well. So again, I just want to let everybody know who those defendants are. There's also 1 to 10 Jane Does and John Does that have not been named as of yet. That will be named later on. Okay. And because of those defendants and their deliberate indifference and affirmative acts creating danger, Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers remains a highly at risk missing youth. Now, number 38 says plaintiffs, who are Sebastian and Seth, right? Seth, on behalf of his missing son, Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, are entitled, excuse me, to compensatory damages for the continuing deprivation of Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers' liberty. And Seth Rogers, his familial association, punitive damages against the individual defendants for conduct evidencing reckless or callous indifference. Callous is a great word. Reckless, also a great word. Okay? Indifference to federally protected rights. Um, Injunctive relief directing the Sumner County Sheriff's Office to immediately reopen and actively prosecute the investigation with adequate resources and attorneys' fees and costs pursuant to 42 USC 1988. Now, I also want people to understand that they're asking for Sumner County Sheriff's Office to immediately reopen and actively prosecute the investigation with adequate resources. Boom. Shazam. Thank you, ma'am. That right there will help us find Sebastian. Second cause of action. Okay. Now, this is under 42 USC 1983. Monell Doctrine. Monell Doctrine. Monell Doctrine. I have to learn how to pronounce that word correctly and accurately. Against defendant Sumner County. Okay, now this is against the defendants, the defendant Sumner County. Plaintiffs incorporate by reference all proceedings, paragraphs as though set forth herein. So weird to say that. Uh, excuse me, pursuant to the United States Supreme Court's decision in Monell versus Department of Social Services, 436 U.S. 65898, South, uh, 98th Street, excuse me, Connecticut. All right, I think that is CT. Again, I think these are being cited from all over the place. Won't read that part until I'm 100% on that. A plaintiff can hold a municipal or local government entity liable for constitutional violations caused by its policies, customs, or practices. Okay? So, under this Monell versus Department of Social Services, that is another court case that has happened. A plaintiff can hold a municipal or local government entity liable for constitutional violations caused by its policies, customs, or practices. Number 41. Upon information and belief, Sumner County, through the Sumner County Sheriff's Office, maintained official policies, customs, and practices that were the moving force behind the constitutional violations, including letter A custom of under resources sourcing missing persons investigations. B, a policy or practice of failing to maintain communication with families of missing persons. C, a custom of failing to coordinate with DCS and other agencies regarding known risk factors. Boom. And D, a practice of effectively abandoning investigations without resolution. Okay? Those are all things we have seen with our own two eyes. Under resourcing Sebastian's missing person investigation, right? They've also failed to maintain communication with Seth. They've also failed to coordinate with DCS and other agencies regarding known risk factors because none of us knew any of this. Or, I mean, we were just told constantly they're cooperating, they're cooperating. Can't imagine what the parents are going through. Oh my God, it must be awful for them. Oh my gosh. You know, we're praying with you, Seth. You know, Seth says, I just pray that Sebastian is safe and well. Justice for Nuke says, I believe some agencies are going to get roasted in this. Boom. I think so too. I think some of these people that had a direct relationship with the situation should as well. You know? Thank you, Jen Jen. Mm, 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 mm. Right? And then they also um, they effectively abandoned the investigation without any resolution. That means that Sebastian hasn't been found, and yet they just said, "Oh, don't talk about it. Quit spreading rumors." That's not, that wasn't flashlights. That was a trash truck. Everybody stopped talking about it. Oh yeah, it's real easy. That rumor mill. That's all they've done. They want us to shut up about it. Well, we're not going to shut up. Number 42, these policies and customs reflect deliberate choices by Sumner County's final policymaker, Defendant Craddock, regarding the allocation of investigative resources, the prioritization of missing persons cases, the scale of the search, the assignment of personnel, and the cessation of family communication are attributable to Sumner County as official policy, right? So there's Craddock. Sumner County's policies, customs, and practices were the moving force behind the constitutional violations described herein. Yes, they are. They are the moving force. They are the ones responsible. They are supposed to be the agency who has jurisdiction, who is supposed to consider these risk factors, and who is supposed to conduct a fair and honest investigation. And they are also responsible for prosecuting those who are responsible and finding Sebastian Rogers. They have done none of those things. And they knew the whole time what was really going on. We had no idea. They knew everything. Okay? It just is what it is. That is how it is. Sumner County's policies, customs, number 44, as a direct and proximate result of Sumner County's deliberate policies, customs, or practices, Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers remains a highly at risk missing youth, unfortunately. Number 45, plaintiffs are entitled to compensatory damages for continuing deprivation of Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers' liberty and Seth Rogers' familial association, punitive damages against the individual defendants for conduct evidencing reckless and callous indifference to federally protected rights, injunctive relief, directing the Sumner County Sheriff's Office to immediately reopen and actively prosecute the investigation with adequate resources and attorney's fees cost pursuant to 1988. And now here's the third cause of action. And give me 1 second. Let me get a drink here. Okay. So 42 USC, failure to train and supervise, against defendant Sumner County and Sheriff Craddock, right? Because they're the ones responsible. 46, plaintiffs incorporate by reference all proceedings paragraphs as though a set for herein. I'm sorry. I think that's a horrible sentence to have to read. 47. Supervis- Supervisory liability attaches under 42 USC 1983 when a supervisor's failure to train or supervise subordinates amounts to deliberate indifference to the rights of persons those subordinates encounter. So that just means that, when the supervisor fails to train and then the people that he was supposed to train are showing deliberate indifference to the rights of people that they're supposed to be protecting and serving. The inadequacy in training must be closely related to and the actual cause of the ultimate constitutional injury. Okay. And that's what we're talking about is these constitutional injuries, these blows to Sebastian's liberty, the fact that Seth is his father and he's looking for him and he's getting no information. And he was also left in the dark many times, even prior to Sebastian's disappearance with CPS. Although, again, this right here is just pertaining to Sumner County and Sheriff Craddock. All right, because they're the big dogs. When you're in charge, you're held responsible. You're held liable, right? Because you're the one that should be training people properly and making sure that protocols and procedures are followed. All right. So 48, as set forth herein, defendant's conduct violated Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers' constitutionally protected liberty, interest in personal security under the 14th Amendment, and Rogers' protected liberty interest in the care, custody, and companionship of his son. 49, upon information and belief, Sumner County and Sheriff Craddock failed to provide Sumner County Sheriff's Office officers and detectives with adequate training in A, the investigation of missing persons cases involving disabled and neurodivergent children, B, the assessment and prioritization of cases presenting known abuse risk factors, including prior DCS involvement, letter C, the identification and preservation of crime scenes in the context of missing children investigations, right? And we all know that the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, they have a whole rundown. We know that many times law enforcement officers will have to go through continued training and education courses and things like that as they're going along. So they all knew what they were doing, but they refused to do it because they all were involved and they had guilty knowledge, in my opinion. Okay. D, letter D, the proper verification of alibi information from individuals in the missing child's household. That goes for you too, Katie, in my opinion. Right? Because we never verified Chris Proudfoot's alibi, but nobody ever verified, Katie either. And she was the last one who was with Sebastian. Okay? And she was the only one, according to herself, that was in the house with him. So, she's got some splaining to do, in my opinion. But that's not in the paperwork, so let me just read that again. The proper verification of alibi information from individuals in the missing child's household. Letter E, coordination with other agencies, including DCS, the TBI, and the FBI in cases involving high-risk missing children. Letter F, the deployment of maintenance of investigative resources sufficient for the duration of an unresolved missing persons case. And G, maintaining required communication with the families of missing persons throughout the investigation. And then we have number 50. The need for such training was obvious. Law enforcement officers investigating the disappearance of a disabled minor from a home marked by documented physical and SA abuse, right? Active DCS involvement, and the household member identified by neighbors as harboring lethal animosity toward the child are placed squarely in a situation where the absence of specialized training in vulnerable victim investigations will predictably result in constitutional harm. The failure to prepare officers for precisely this scenario, one that the Sumner County Sheriff's Office had constructive, if not actual, knowledge, was likely to arise given Sumner County Sheriff's Office's own participation in the CPIT proceedings concerning Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, constitutes deliberate indifference. Okay? We like number 50 here at Lady Freedom's Raw Narratives. Number 50 is a very important piece because it absolutely outlines exactly what went on here, right? That they didn't check people's alibis, and the one that they didn't check out on an alibi who had active DCS involvement, this household member that was identified by Sebastian's neighbors, right? That his stepfather was harboring lethal animosity toward Sebastian. And also, I wanted to reiterate that the failure to prepare officers for precisely this scenario, right? Because this isn't a regular missing child's case. This is a missing child's case where DCS was involved, and so were the assistant district attorneys. If that's not a case that the officers should be aware of right off the bat, like hour one, okay, there's something majorly wrong here. Majorly wrong. One, that the Sumner County Sheriff's Office had constructive, if not actual, knowledge was likely to arise given Sumner County Sheriff's Office's own participation in CPIT, right, through DCS. But there were active proceedings, right? There was one November 3rd, November of 2022, and then another one in May of 2023. And that was mentioned also in this filing earlier with CPIT, that there was some court proceedings concerning Sebastian. And that is what constitutes this deliberate indifference, because they knew about it and they did nothing. I want to make a t-shirt and a slogan. They knew, but they did nothing. That way I could wear it when I show up there. I mean, seriously, though. A kid, but I mean, this is just beyond. So 51, Craddock, Sheriff Eric Craddock, we all know him as Sheriff Snuggle Struggles, as the final policymaker for the Sumner County Sheriff's Office, is individually liable for his failure to supervise Sumner County Sheriff's Office personnel, including Detective Brandon Carter, in the investigation of Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers' disappearance. Sheriff Eric Craddock, otherwise known as Snug Strugs, knew, or should have known, that assigning a single detective to a high-risk missing child's investigation and allowing that investigation to go dormant for over 18 months without intervention constituted a supervisory failure of constitutional dimension. Okay. And again, you cannot trample over Sebastian's civil liberties. Sheriff struggles to snuggle. Okay. You can't do that or you'll be held liable. You can't haphazardly not train your deputies properly in protocols and procedures. Okay, Snuggy Struggs? His deliberate choice to retain that approach and his failure to intervene as the investigation stagnated and communication with the child's family was abandoned reflects the conscious disregard of a known risk required to establish supervisory liability. And that, sir, is why you are being sued in number 51. Number 51, and that's page 12. Okay, Mr. Snuggy Struggs? So when you want to put your little diaper on and pee your pants like Mr. Proudfoot and throw a big baby fit, because I'm sure you're the type that does that, just remember that you, sir, are the one that is being held liable because you are other people's supervisors and you have trampled over Sebastian Rogers's constitutional and civil liberties. Not Sybil, that's someone else in this story that I won't say because that's kind of mean. But civil liberties. Number 52. Had Sumner County Sheriff's Office personnel been trained in vulnerable victim investigation protocols, Brandon Carter, Detective Brandon Carter, the rookie, would have been supervised, and the Sumner County Sheriff's Office would have been equipped with proper procedures for high-risk missing persons cases. The investigative failures cataloged herein would have occurred. These omissions are not incidental. They are the foreseeable and predictable product of a department that sent its detective into a constitutionally sensitive investigation without the tools to conduct it. And that's really cut and dry, simple to the point, right? So if Sheriff Snuggle Struggles wasn't so busy in his brand new office with his handout asking for a raise, and he was assisting the rookie detective Brandon Carter and supervising him and giving him the tools and overseeing the proper protocols and procedures, then maybe we wouldn't be here. Because these omissions are not these omissions are not incidental. They are foreseeable, right? That's something, an incidental thing would be like you didn't know and it was just something that happened after the fact. Best analogy that I can give for that is that when you go to a hotel and you're charged for an incidental, that's something that you weren't foreseeing, right? That's an extra charge. Okay, so just to put it out there. But that's not the case here. This wasn't something that was like, oh, wow, we didn't know that was going to come. No, we saw it coming. It's foreseeable and predictable. And that's the cause and effect and the product of a department like Sumner County Sheriff's Office that sent this rookie detective, Brandon Carter, into a constitutionally sensitive investigation for an autistic missing child with a rare chromosome deletion and ADHD and history of very horrible abuse, because we know it was horrible abuse, or CPIT would have never gotten involved, and Sebastian wouldn't have been under Title IV, almost ready to be taken out of the home because of such abuse. Right? That's the product of them not giving and arming Brandon Carter with the tools to conduct a proper investigation. So basically, they screwed you over, sir. They gave you this case, this high profile case, and they didn't give you the tools to work it properly. And that's what's being alleged here. Number 53. As a direct and proximate result of the defendant's failure to train and supervise. That's you, Eric Craddock, former deputy dumbass, also known as Mr. Snuggles Struggles, the sheriff that ran unopposed and was cherry picked and just given the position. Yeah, that's you, right? The defendant here. Failure to train your staff and supervise. Well, in Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers's case, he remains a highly at risk missing child, and that's because of you, sir. And Seth Rogers has been deprived of his constitutionally protected relationship with his son Sebastian. Plaintiffs are entitled to compensatory damages, punitive damages against Craddock. We all know him as good old Snuggle Struggles, in his individual capacity. Injunctive relief requiring the Sumner County Sheriff's Office to reopen and properly resource the investigation with with personnel trained in vulnerable victim protocols and attorney's fees costs pursuant to 42 USC 1988. So again, this key piece here where Seth is asking that his son's case be reopened and treated properly, giving those resources to investigate his son's case properly with personnel who is trained properly in vulnerable victim protocols. Okay? And you're going to owe some attorney fees on top of that. Okay? Absolutely warranted, in my opinion. Let me see. Oh gosh. Okay. So I didn't realize we were going on to 4 hours. I've had such a good time talking with you guys about this and deep diving into these, uh, you know, kind of statements that were made by law enforcement. But I want to save this fourth cause and go over this fourth cause, and kind of deep dive the fifth. We also have a sixth cause of action, a seventh. All right. And then we're going to talk about relief in this case. But we still have quite a bit of negligence to go over, and, just botched police investigation to talk about. The fact that poor Sebastian, his constitutional rights were trampled all over, you know. Hey, Gina. Gina says, so who is the deputy now when Craddock officially promoted? He said Tim Bailey was taken over. Then Tim Bailey retired, never said a word who was taking over for him. So I believe it is, I just read it last night. I can't believe I can't remember that. Like, hello. It's not Lance, because Lance is over Craddock. Aw, thank you, Jessica, for the jewels. That's a pretty sparkle. Thank you so much. I wish I had a little sparkle in my brain because I'm like, damn it! I just said it last night, Seth. Let me see if I can't look it up. And guys, please share Sebastian's flyer if you haven't shared it um, with anyone in a while, or on your social media platforms, because I know people do that. But please share his flyer here, and that way you can give it to, even if you were to do it to two people, and send it to two of your friends that you haven't sent it to, and say, could you please send this to two people? You know, that would be awesome. Seth says, I praise, excuse me, God for sending this attorney, and I continue to pray and ask God to keep Sebastian safe. Yeah, I'm so glad that you have this attorney that is willing to help, that was willing to help you navigate through this, because it is absolutely so difficult when you're going up against these agencies. It is not easy at all. And nobody should ever have to worry about navigating through the process. Um, no one should ever have to deal with that. Um, Let me look and see, because I do know that we went over it last night, because I went and looked at their website, and it wasn't terribly long ago. Yeah, 3 months ago. So as of 3 months ago, it looks like. Um, okay, let's see. Sebastian's info. Because it even shows like how you can, um, who you can go to report issues and such, and then open cases. Okay. Um, and this is why, in my opinion, Sheriff Craddock gave this to this one detective, because he knew. Um, oh yeah, this is interesting too, and I'm not sure if I showed you guys this last night, but I'll just show it to you since we have it up as well. Oh, I made the other screen too big. I don't want to put that up there. Sorry. Um, I wanted to make this one bigger. Okay, so at first they had a guy named Lieutenant Brandon Clark. Now, I don't know if this is a misprint, but I do remember showing this. Again, like I said, 3 months ago. So I thought that was interesting. I wanted to show you guys that too. Because that was, you could see the date too down here, 2/26/24. And I think that's really interesting. And of course, that's just, a bigger blown up version of this portion of the flyer there. But whoever Lieutenant Brandon Clark was, unless again that's a typo, because it could be Carter. So let's see here. I know I didn't show the entire video, because I did show when. All right. Yeah, this is open cases. Yeah, this is their website, so it should be around over here. Sorry, I did a little funny video with Eminem on this one too. Okay, and this one is always saying, in the area of Stafford Court, uh, does list Bobby Simmons. Um, that's him. He doesn't really say much. He's a man of few words. There's me. Um, okay. Um, they're talking about. Oh, there's the gathering. Um, okay, so yeah, Sumner County Sheriff's Office criminal investigations led by Captain Lance Hampton, and then Eric Craddock. Um, I thought it gave people that were in. I thought so anyway. But maybe I put it in a different video. Oh, yeah, because that's the ending. Oh, okay, here's the one. Okay, here's one. Criminal Investigations, Chris Burgett. Oh, whoop, 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 whoop. And David Langston. Um, so that would have been. Yeah, no, that's not it. I just thought it said somewhere who his chief deputy is, and now I can't find it anywhere on here. But I thought we talked about it yesterday. That's again the gathering. I'm gonna have to find that, Gina, because that's kind of really bothers me because I know we were talking about it and how people become a detective. And again, that was from Nancy Grace when they, where I got the screenshot from that flyer. Um, no, it wouldn't be in the beginning because I was just being silly in the beginning. Hmm. You got it, Seth. Tommy Greer. Thank you. That's what I was looking for. That is exactly the name. Damn. Where is it in the video, though? It's driving me nuts. I should have just looked at chat. But I knew I said it yesterday, so I was like, it's in here. I know it. Oh, my goodness. Thank you, Seth. Hey, Janet. God knows, listens to all and praying. God is good. I always keep in praying for you and Seth and Sebastian always. Aw, that's so sweet, Janet. Aw, thanks, Jazz. Jazz says, Seth, you always have my support. Aw, so you guys are awesome. I don't know, that's just a random person getting a field sobriety, the drunk driving test. That's cute. So, yep, 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 yep. Tommy Greer is his name. So, Mad Dog, what dose? It's a shot of Mad Dog. Oh, well, I'm going to go ahead and get off of here. Again, tomorrow will be a better day for me to do to do the daytime review of Seth's live. So I'd like to do that, and we can still pull in the document. I just don't want to go further than what we did tonight, and I kind of want to keep it, you know, on the same time frame of when we talk about it. So that way, we're talking about it and um we're staying, everybody's kind of on the same page and stuff because I know we're kind of going at a snail's pace with this, but I think it'll be beneficial, like I said at the end. And then also just helping us process through a lot of this stuff too, because it's a lot. It is a lot. So, you know, hey, Holly S., good to see you. So, yeah, um, just a lot to get through, a lot to unpack here. So, you know, it's just one of those things. But we're just gonna truck right along. Definitely keep saying prayers, guys, and thank you for all for your sweet and kind words of encouragement. Um, we're gonna keep on going, and like I said, I'm working on another video, to get out like a part two to what we talked about today. But there's some things I wanted to add in there, and I think it would be good to even add in some of these things we talked about tonight. So I'm glad I'm glad I didn't get it done. Sometimes it works out well like that too. So, um, what time, lady? I just want to schedule 15 minutes after you go live. Oh, are you going live? Did I miss something? You're gonna make me some Mad Dog memes of me taking medicine, me taking shots of Mad Dog medicine, cough medicine. Oh my goodness. Thanks, Jessica. Thank you. Off topic, but we haven't had any rain here. Oh gosh, really? We've had so much rain in over a month. Really, Rosebud? Oh my gosh. We've had so much rain here. Um, I'll be praying for rain for you too. Aw, that's hard. It's hard when like it rains too much, and it's also hard when there's a drought. Jazz says, "Wish the Cold Case Foundation could have this case. They don't mess around." Yeah, I'm hoping that will open the doors up too. So, you think 12 minutes is better? All right. Well, yeah, because if you're gonna go live, I'll just wait too, because then I'll have two lives, but then I'll be kind of behind if I wait. You know. You're welcome, show poodles. Thank you so much. I'm glad. I'm gonna be glad to have you back tomorrow. Yes, you guys need rain in Minnesota too. Oh, just all the fires. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Well, I'll be praying for rain in Minnesota too. Gosh, I kind of just didn't even realize it because it's rained so much here. But it does do that a lot in the summertime. It like rains every day in the summertime, it seems like in Florida. So Canada needs lots of rain. It poured by you. It poured by you. My PTSD says it poured. So yeah. Well, great, guys. Well, I so appreciate you guys being here. Thank you all so much for, joining in the conversation because I know it's not a tough one, or I know it's not an easy one to join in on. And I love you guys all, and I will see you all next time.